ちを宿す優しき母、火を飲み込む厳格な父、かの星空を仰ぎ母の輝く慈悲と父の暗き残忍さを知れ。火を飲む父が決して天にいないとしても、
わかった、いなった、いなった。ひなた。
キュートより痛いし新たな宝。当店では
何してるか見に行ってみよう。優しくするね。店長さんとのお出かけ、ピンチの時は店長さん守って。
Say, is that true? But especially when you consider the working class of the world as one entity, oh man, not even fucking close. They are top 10% at worst. Not even in the USA are they the most downtrodden segment of the working class. Those are the undocumented workers. At risk of being put into a fucking jail and being murdered, raped, disappeared at any point. The situation has very much changed. The analysis needs to change with it. And I say this just as much about what he's saying here and these old black radicals who are analyzing their situation, as I do about the people who will cite like Karl Marx, or no, I think it was Engels, like saying that Mexico deserved to be colonized because they want like as industrially developed as the USA was, okay? Not that I'm comparing, you know, that what those black radicals said to what Engels said there is if they're the same thing, but the point that I'm making is you have to reanalyze the situation because things aren't the same. You're not just repeating the same exact things over and over again. As I said, since then there has been a convergence in interest between you and white people. Your interests today, as a black American, are way more aligned with white Americans than they were 50 years ago, than they were 100 years ago, etc. You haven't adapted. You're still trading off the idea that you are in the exact same social position, class position, as a black American living where you are now was 60 years ago. But you are not. Is the audio cutting out or what? Oh my god. Hold on, I gotta check the fucking VOD, seeing people saying this. Because it shouldn't be, I thought I fixed the problem. Okay, I'm gonna have to listen to the VOD. No, I mean, before was it cutting out or is it just fine now? Hold on. I mean, it seems fine to me. Anyway.
Why have we centered Graham Plattner when we have Chris Robb, who, from what I understand, is the furthest left candidate the Democrats have ever had in any political race? And he
Chris Robb won his race. He won. What do you mean? He won and he got support from tons of people. Like Hassan Piker went to his rallies. White leftist Hassan Piker went to his rallies.
He still fits the gruff leftist daddy kink that so many of y'all seem.
It's all aesthetics, dude. Chris Raab and Graham Plattner are functionally identical in their political, in their politics, in their platforms. There's no difference between them. One of them is black, one of them is white. I mean, is Chris Raab even black? Never thought about it before, but their politics are the same. What do you mean? Why is it all aesthetics with you? Why is it just like, why is Graham Plattner big? Dude, Chris Raab won. Chris Raab won. He won. He won with the support of all the DSA, the white leftists. Everyone was behind him. All the people who you were accusing of supporting Graham Plattner but not supporting Chris Raab, love both of them. The reason why Chris Raab isn't getting as much motion as Graham Plattner is because Graham Plattner's race is a lot harder. Graham Plattner is trying to win a red state. Chris Raab won a Democratic Party primary. That's why way more money is being funneled into the Plattner campaign. There's way more attention on it. There's also way more attention on it because the Republicans are more worried about it. Because they own the state, right? They don't really care that much about a Democratic Party primary. In a seat that the Democrats are 100% going to win. So there's your material explanation for this disconnect, if it's even there, which really isn't there, because as I said, they have the same politics, they're supported by all the same people. What the fuck are you even talking about?
To like. Another face that I haven't seen on my feed at all and I had to get from somebody else is Charles Booker. Booker has as progressive an agenda as you can have in mainstream politics and is in a very vulnerable red state that could use a lot more attention and support from the online left. And it's not there. Booker's not just anti-sending weapons to Israel. He's Medicare for all. He's for universal basic income, stopping data centers, decriminalizing poverty and reparations. It's everything you can want from a mainstream politician. But he's in...
One, are you sure he's a mainstream politician? I guarantee you the reason why this isn't happening is because of the sort of politics that you support. Does he actually have support for reparations on his campaign website? I'd be extremely surprised to see that. Hold on. I gotta check something out. Where is his current Senate campaign?
そういえば最近デイさんと話してないな。何してるか見に行ってみよう。
Well, I can't find his current updated Senate campaign filing on the FEC website. But can you not think of any reason why they might not be backing this guy aside from... this looks like a fight agency campaign. This looks like a fight agency campaign. Everything about this website screams fight agency. But do you think there might be some reason aside from just he's black? Do you really think that it's just that he's black? That he's not getting as much attention as Graham Plattner? Is there no other possible reason? Okay, he does have reparations on his website. Good on him. Charles shares the grief felt across the world over the loss of Palestinian and Israeli lives in the conflict. Oh. The only difference that this guy has over all the other candidates is that he has reparations in his platform. Everything else is the same. Wishy-washy, both sides, generic progressive shit. White people would love this guy. White people would fucking adore this guy. White progressives would kill to have a guy like this running in their district. And that you can't think of any other reason why people might not be as exposed to him as they are to Graham Plattner aside from just he's black is fucking ridiculous, man. That's what I said, there's a convergence of interest. If anything, having a black candidate is going to get you more support from white people. White people love tokenist identity politics, even when politically everyone's the same.
Visible compared to Plattner. I don't follow elections much unless it's local, but I have seen Plattner's face a million times more than...
A big reason why you're seeing Plattner's face a million times more is because he has a million times more scandals.
Either Rob or Booker. Rob did spend some time with Hassan. Booker, he's got nothing as far as I can tell. Meanwhile, Plattner has tons of interviews, Majority Report, Mehdi Hassan, New York Times. Why is this happening? Why is that viable? From my perspective and experience...
Hold on, I want to look into Charles Booker and see which consulting firm is behind him. It looks like a fight agency campaign. Oh my god, this guy sounds like a celebrity. Maybe the AI summary is wrong. But it says he's represented by the Lavine agency. And Central Talent Booking? Okay, that has to be wrong. No way. But I wouldn't be surprised if this guy is managed by the exact same consulting firms that FD Signifier is suddenly expressing distrust of in this video. And yeah, why aren't you doing interviews with him, FD? Why aren't you interviewing him? Invite him onto your channel, I'm sure he'd love the exposure. That's a good idea for you. Be the change you want to see in the world.
A lot of white leftists understand that it's bad to be racist, but they don't actually understand why racism is bad or how...
None of what you've presented here is an example of racism or anything like that. And everyone knows why racism is bad. What are you talking about? If that's the argument you're making, this isn't even a potential example of that.
What works. The absence of a critical understanding of how whiteness works is why a lot of them fall for the same trick over and over, to the point where the fight agency clearly has this type built out just for y'all. If you want to vote for...
You have to be fucking kidding me.
Plattner as an odious candidate that will help end military support to Israel, go ahead, but it should be treated as a tainted compromise for the sake of a free Palestine, not a vision for the future of the left. He should...
I mean, that goes for Charles Booker and Chris Rubb as well. Functionally, their politics are exactly the same. There's no difference between them, dude.
Not be in our faces as much as he is. He should not have the defenders that he has that I know will show up in his comment section. He should be the online left's sneaky link that you never see in the light of day and never talk about in public. And the fact that so many white leftists don't feel this is sadly par for the course. The red flags that he has don't bother some of y'all because those red flags have never been weaponized against you. But when you're someone who's historically been targeted by this archetype, you pay attention to those.
What the fuck do you mean? Is there any evidence of Graham Plattner having been racist? There might be. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me given everything else, but like, you haven't been targeted by him either. You're not Iraqi or Afghan. Those are his actual victims, dude.
patterns. You don't compromise with that. For reasons I won't get into, I've had to spend the last few weeks arguing that normalizing Nazi terminology, but wokely, is bad, and that no one on the left should be doing it. And I've had some, not many, I want to be clear, but plenty of white leftists try to argue that nobody cares about Nazis, as if a couple of Nazis didn't just shoot up a mosque in San Diego.
Fantastic example of the difference in what we're talking about here, the difference in measure and reality, in material impact. A couple of Nazis being 17-year-olds radicalized by a fucking Telegram group that tries to get teenagers to commit mass shootings versus fucking state-imposed genocide in Israel backed by every single, significant Western country in the world. You see the difference in degrees here? This idea that Nazism is some massively important political current because a couple of teenagers were convinced by a Telegram group that grooms children into committing massacres versus the entire Western world backing genocide. That is what we mean when we say Nazism is not a serious political current today, and that defanging Jewish supremacist rhetoric is a whole lot better than your bullshit concern trolling about this idea that there is some sort of equivalence, or inviting Nazis into our movement or some shit because someone said Zog. Zog is just Zionist occupied government is what it actually means, what the acronym means. The way that people are using it is completely different to the way that historic, always fringe by the way, neo-Nazis use it in the 1970s and 80s. They use it to mean Zionist is a synonym for Jewish, and that these Jewish people control the US government to victimize white people. When we use the term Zionist occupied government, and to be clear, most people who use this term aren't even aware of the supposed Nazi connotations that you are pointing to here. What we mean is that every single politician in every single Western government is obliged to be a Zionist. Graham Plattner is a Zionist. Chris Raab, he's functionally going to be a Zionist. Charles Booker, he's going to be a Zionist as well if he's elected. What I mean by that is you're not allowed to be against the existence of Israel. You're not allowed. You cannot be an American politician and be against the existence of Israel. The American government is literally, by the books, by the definitions of the words, occupied by Zionists. People see that. And Zog, to them, sounds like a fair description of that reality. You trying to link it to Nazism, which is not a serious political current today, by pointing to a shooting of a mosque by fucking 17-year-old, 18-year-old neo-Nazis who were radicalized because they're trying to be edgy because of what they saw in a fucking Telegram chat that grooms children to commit massacres, is disingenuous as fuck. Clearly, that is not a serious, national scale political current that is at any that has any chance of seizing any real political power anytime soon. So for you to language police those, for you to tone police those who are using the term Zog as a simple descriptor of the reality that they see, and a term like Zog slave no less, which to be clear is not a slur. What does that mean? Well, Zionist occupied government slave. What's the connotation of that? Someone who's a little fucking bitch for Israel. Obviously. What's more important right now? Not saying Zog, because apparently according to you, someone's going to hear the word Zog and it's going to automatically set up some sort of implant in their brain and make them become a Nazi? Or using terms that accurately fucking describe the situation that we're in right now. Using a term like Zog slave to accurately insult, yes, insult, these people deserve to be insulted, people who are obedient little bitches for Israel, who do the work of Israel for it. I am totally fine with anyone using that term, and in fact, them using that term defangs the supposed important Nazi usage that you're bringing up. It removes it of that power. If it ever had any, I don't think it ever did. Who uses the term Zog? Random 4chan idiots who don't go outside. It's not the same fucking thing. If anything, this term has been taken from the Nazis to mean something very different to what they meant. And again, the fact that you care more about that than about this term's potential use against Jewish supremacy, against Israel, against those who support it, is fundamentally unfucking serious. If you want to talk about a neo-Nazi dog whistle, the term the system, is a well-known neo-Nazi dog whistle. It was used by the Nazis, and it appears 260 times in the Turner Diary. Zog appears 0 times. Zionist also appears 0 times. You're going to stop saying the system? You're going to stop using that term? Even though you mean it in a totally different way to the Nazis? I don't think you are. I don't think you fucking are, man. Because I don't think you care about any of this shit. And I know you don't care about any of this shit because you're friends with Westside Tyler, who mass murdered Iraqis and brags about it, which is obviously a million degrees fucking worse than saying Zog slave. No one cares about anything, man. I wish that people would just stop pretending to care about shit they don't really care about. Like, I can forgive you for murdering Iraqis, but calling someone who does Israeli propaganda a Zog slave, that's a bridge too far. Because in the 1970s, some Nazis said Zog in a totally different connotation. Give me a break.
Just a few weeks ago, or the fact that that exact type of Nazi terrorism happens like every 6 to 18 months in America. And this
happens every 6 to 18 months in America. So, this is exactly what we're talking about, right? The difference between disempowered internet losers committing like mass shootings in the USA, fringe internet losers with no real power, something that is evidenced by the fact that this is what they're resorting to, rather than utilizing the fucking governmental system to impose their beliefs on others, versus the state of Israel, backed by every single Western country. That's what we mean when we say Nazism isn't a real serious political current today of any real threat. And it never has been. Never has been. I mean, obviously it has been. What I mean is that it hasn't been for like the last 10 years that you guys have been talking about it as if it fucking is, okay? For the entire time that you have been denouncing Nazism as the greatest threat to human existence, there's been an actually existing Nazi state in Israel. Israel is a Volkish state, which is a term that was first coined to describe the Nazi state, the Nazi ethno-state. It's used in academia to describe Israel as well. That is a state that is an explicitly racial state, run by one group for another group. Sorry, run by one group for that group, at the expense of all others. It's been there the whole time, but you've been talking about Nazis, fringe neo-Nazis in the US, who commit a mass shooting every 6 months, or every 18 months, or whatever you want to call it. The difference in degree is ridiculous, and it really emphasizes the difference between a systemic problem and fringe internet online losers with no real political power. Israel is a systemic problem. Support for it is a systemic problem. Fringe internet neo-Nazis committing acts of terrorism because they're fucking losers is not the same thing. If all that Jewish supremacy was that, I would probably not be talking about it right now. But it isn't just that, so I am.
Possible to remain in community or struggle with people who don't seem to mind that, who always put themselves first, especially when the struggle isn't about them in the first place. And after half a decade online, I'm tired of seeing this pattern. It's
so fucking funny to see a breadtuber say this when this is the extent of your politics. It's putting yourself first and ignoring imperialism.
And repeating these same complaints. But the problem is that this entire space has always catered to a specific type of white guy online, and that's what it was built for and what it always probably will be. See, BreadTube emerged as a venue to rehabilitate right-wing edgelords into leftist progressives, all after the rise of the alt-right. It has always had an extremely high tolerance for what Graham Plattner is, because he's just like them for real. And while not every aspect of BreadTube has catered to this reformed edgelord Reddit troll archetype, it's clear that
the reason why Graham Plattner is so palatable to these people isn't because of some edgelord archetype like people use 4chan or some shit. Again, all of his reference points are always online, they're always internet stuff. It's always your Destiny, your Vosh, your 4chan. Graham Plattner is representative of a much wider and much less online current of American politics, which is, of American left-wing politics, which is, we can forgive imperialism, but we can't forgive being against things that benefit us. The problem, the actual problem, with Graham Plattner is that he mass murdered Iraqis and Afghans, and Americans find that very easy to forgive. And he's ignoring all of that to make it about something that it's not. And he has to do that because fundamentally his politics are the same as the people that he's denouncing here. There's no meaningful difference politically between Vorsh and FD Signifier. Like, let's talk about what is the difference politically? Okay, Vorsh and FD Signifier both endorsed Kamala Harris while she was committing genocide. All right, I'm just going to search his platform, his transcripts to make sure I make this thorough. If Vorsh didn't endorse, wait, I'm 90% sure Vorsh endorsed Kamala Harris. If Vorsh didn't endorse Kamala Harris, he is better than FD Signifier. His politics are better than FD Signifier if that's the case. But I'm pretty sure he did. Am I slandering Vorsh by assuming that he voted for Kamala Harris? That would be insane. Just at a glance, I can't find a clear instance on Vorsh's channel of him telling people to vote for Kamala Harris. That's better than FD Signifier. Oh no, he did. No, he
pushes them to vote for Kamala because they're being annoying.
No, he did.
Okay, I want. Okay. I think they never explain what that is. Don't talk to me like I haven't spent 5 years arguing against the anti-electoral types. You will bend the knee and you will vote for Kamala. However, I don't think...
However, okay? There's always a how. You will functionally do the same thing, however. And then we have FD Signifier saying the same thing.
I will be voting for Kamala Harris in this year's presidential election. I also think that you should vote for Kamala Harris in this year's presidential election. Based on my personal beliefs and what I know about Kamala Harris, I think there's potential for some good things to happen under a Kamala Harris presidency, even if those things probably aren't actually a result of Kamala Harris herself.
Okay. This is what I mean. Functionally, what's the difference between these two people and their politics? What they think should be done? There's nothing. Vosh would tell you to vote for Chris Ra. Vosh would tell you to vote for Charles Booker. Vosh would tell you to vote for Kamala Harris. It's turning like he's turning a political convergence and trying to distance himself from that really existing political convergence by making it into pure like aesthetic bullshit. Like it's all internet bullshit. But as I've been saying, right? The problem that I have with FD Signifier and people like him, I'll call them black liberals because functionally that's what they are, is that they deny the fact that they have the same politics as the white liberals, the white progressives, but they do. They have they have largely converged in their material interests with white Americans, but they're pretending that they haven't by citing black Americans writing 80 years ago as if the exact situation still applies today.
This element of the space remains influential and often sets the tone for the space. Because even if these types don't make up the largest part of our audiences, they're almost always the loudest part, always the most online and the most active of the bunch. So let's talk about some drama for a bit. For years.
So I want to be clear here. My audience is 30% US. 30%. I'm pretty sure that's way lower than most people's. I asked some other people about this and they're like in the high 40s. Most anti-imperialist creators on YouTube are in the high 40s. Someone like FD Signifier, I guarantee his audience is probably like 60, 70% American. So I guarantee you there are a lot more white American leftists watching your content than mine, as a percentile as well. I didn't say anything else here that is worth responding to. He finally has said something. You know, he's finally like stating a clear position here, though being a bit careful as a Nebula creator on Palestine. It took him a while, didn't it?
Of a free Palestine. I see Palestine as a colonized nation, and no, I do not.
He's only saying this sort of thing now, clearly, not even in a video specifically on the topic, by the way, because he was bullied into it. Because he was pressured into it. Because FD Signifier Incorporated started noticing a little bit of pushback. Not much, to be clear. Like, his audience is 10 times larger than mine, or more. So he can't be getting that much pushback. But it was enough for him to basically backtrack on a lot of shit and try to reframe things away from how they actually are to try and make himself look a lot more radical than he really is. You notice how when I get pushback from people whose audiences are 10 times larger than me, I don't cave immediately. When he gets pushback from people with audiences that are 10 times smaller than his, he feels the need to like do PR immediately because he's unprincipled. He doesn't have principled. He follows the money. He changes what he talks about, how he talks about it, based on what he thinks will go over better with the audience. I don't do that. He caves under far less pressure than I'm being put under over the last week. If he was in my position, he would have deleted his fucking channel.
I think Israel has a right to exist because it is an imperial project and cannot exist as anything but an imperial project. I do not even...
It's a Jewish supremacist state. Like, it's not just that it's an imperial project, it's that it's innately a Jewish supremacist project. It can never not be that and still be Israel.
Condemn Hamas. And I've had this stance on decolonization for years. If you pay attention, I don't know if this...
Have you said, like in the wake of October 7th, what did you say? Did you say, I don't condemn Hamas?
This is a shocking thing to hear me say. It's only that probably if you haven't been paying attention. But a lot of y'all only... we'll get there. You cannot put limitations on how colonized people fight their oppressors. So no, I won't condemn Hamas the same way I wouldn't condemn the Mau Maus in Kenya or the Nat Turner slave rebellions or the Haitian Revolution or the IRA in Ireland. All of these entities were called terrorists at the time of their existence by their oppressors, and all are recognized as liberation movements today, despite the ugliness those movements may have existed in. And I believe Hamas will eventually be seen in the same light. I would love if violence didn't have to occur, and there are anti-colonial movements that do happen to occur with minimal violence, but it's not fair to call any anti-colonial violence senseless.
I think it's amazing that this is the strongest statement he's made on Palestine, and it's only after a ton of pressure. And he's finally saying this for this reason, right?
And so some of these newfound critics will just lie and say I've been silent, and this is being used to paint me as a person who is both sides.
You have. I mean, you've barely talked about this. You haven't made a dedicated video on Palestine at all, and you waded into this discussion to try and police people who have. That's what I've been talking about.
A genocide or a liberal Zionist or a philo-Semite. I have very purposely never presented myself as a key voice on Palestine, which I don't think anyone sincerely is asking me for, but that has allowed for, I'll say, unprincipled people to make up narratives about my position when I dare to say something as bold as,
hey, maybe don't use Nazi dog whistles because you had a disagreement with someone on Twitter.
And instead
people were calling you a liberal Zionist because of this. Because you went on a live stream to lick the wounds with Lil Bill after he denied the existence of Jewish supremacy in Israel. That's why. The tone policing came after and brought more attention to this. You brought up what you called supposed neo-Nazis in the Tabernacle's Twitter feed to tone police me and him for talking about Jewish supremacy because we're white. This is where this comes from.
And so black people on Twitter, if you look into I'm not saying they've.
Why can't you be honest about what we're actually talking about here? I directly addressed the Zog slave thing multiple times. Why don't you address this? Because he has to frame it as about something that it's not.
Nurtured this, but like I have screenshots of neo-Nazis in Tabernacle's Twitter feeds because there's a congealment of this energy, and when people kind of call that out,
he's trying to call like Tabernacle out for supposedly being like neo-Nazi or catering to neo-Nazis or something, and it's like, oh, we need to call that out. Why would you call that out? What is he saying that's wrong? What should he say differently? You want him to water down his rhetoric because you saw a neo-Nazi replying to him on Twitter? That's ridiculous. That's clearly tone policing. The implication was clearly that he shouldn't talk about things in the way that he does, even though he's right to do so.
It becomes, oh, this is liberal Zionism. This is, you don't understand Jewish.
No, I mean, this is so bad. Like, this is so bad that Deculturation, who hates me, is trying to disconnect himself from FD Signifier. He knows it's bad. He knows.
Supremacy. And whenever I hear white people say anything supremacy, my alarms immediately go off. If I hear a white person trying to explain how somebody else's version of white supremacy is the same as theirs, when I hear black supremacy, I hear alarms go off. When people try to say, oh, Farrakhan and even Umar is many critiques.
I hear those same alarm bells go off, but not for Jewish supremacy because they're not the same fucking thing, obviously. I went over this before, but Jewish supremacy actually existing, supported by the entire West as it does real genocide. Black supremacy, like 500 black Hebrew Israelites in New York who don't hurt anyone. They're just weird guys. Those aren't the same thing. That's fundamentally the problem, right? All of my disagreements with FD Signifier are boiling down to this specific thing. He's so focused on the aesthetics that he misses the impact. Every time, right? It's always like, I don't like the vibes of this thing, and he misses the difference in impact. This is what people didn't like. This is why people started calling him a liberal Zionist. Not even because of the Zog slave thing. And then he gets to like the thing that we already went over about the Palestine video. He does talk about Jewish supremacy, finally. Let's see.
Realize that they're more concerned about their own parasocial relationships with creators than the issue the creator's talking about. But all this said, I recently realized something regarding the genocide that I felt was useful, and I started researching for it to make a video. And in doing that research, I had to start rearranging my preconceived notions around the topic. For example, I had mostly up until this point framed Zionism as an intrinsically white supremacist concept. And this is not illogical to do. White supremacy is the dominant framework of imperialism worldwide. Zionism comes from Europe. The inhumanity that Zionists partake in looks exactly like the humanity that white supremacists have shown people of color since colonialism started. But then I began to encounter Jewish supremacy, and I imagined that that is a term that to the average person sets off alarm bells, because in Western culture and media, the term Jewish supremacy is mostly prominent amongst neo-Nazis. And even I, for a second, was taken aback by the term, especially since I had been seeing other creators sound more like 4chan trolls than leftists for the last couple of...
You fucking see? You see? He is taking our positions and adopting them as his own now, while giving us no fucking credit for it. That's the problem. He came at us, attacked us, for talking about what he is now saying is his position. He got this from me and Tabernacle. That's where, you didn't get this from books. You got it from me and Tabernacle. You don't read books, especially not on Palestine. Me and Tabernacle have been talking about this forever. Like, I made my first video, Jewish exceptionalism and Jewish supremacy, January 2025. This one right here. And you're like, and you attacked me for supposedly being like, oh, a racist, a set of alarm bells in my head, and the Tabernacle for saying the same fucking stuff.
months. Thankfully, I had peers who knew more than me and introduced me to scholarship from actual Palestinians to clarify the concept.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You only learned about it because you got into it with me. This stream is from April 30th. No, that's the wrong one, sorry. You liar, you got it from me and Tabernacle. This stream is from April 16th. I responded to you on this. Tabernacle responded to you on this. What happened between then and now? Me and Tabernacle have responded to you because you tone policed us on this. Tabernacle made a specific response to that clip that I went over there as well, where he talks about Jewish supremacy and how you discounting it and, you know, calling him a Nazi, and, or rather like implying that his audience has Nazis in it for that is bullshit. He leads with the same clip.
I'ma just bluntly break a rule and name a few names. I've appreciated their content at times, but I've noticed, specifically with Bad Now, I'm not gonna put this on Tabernacle too tough.
And he does.
That they've gotten extremely careless and frivolous with the way they're engaging in the topics around genocide.
Look, it's the same clip that we just watched. He goes into like talking about, oh, they use the term Jewish supremacy that sets off alarm bells. And now here he is acting like I was introduced this by actual Palestinians. They talk to me. Or like they introduced Palestinian scholarship to me. No, you got this from me and Tabernacle. You got this because me and Tabernacle called you out on this. And you can't admit it. You were wrong about this. You changed your position because as a result of us pressuring you on it. And now you're kind of acting like, oh, you know, I just had to educate myself a little bit.
More than me and introduced me to
He did
scholarship
this with the fight agency thing as well, as if he found that out himself rather than getting it from me. Unfucking believable.
From actual Palestinians to clarify the concept. For anyone who
actual Palestinians. It has the ID poll bullshit. You can't talk about Palestine if you're not a Palestinian. I love the implication.
Wants to know more, I think Mohammed El-Kur's book, Perfect Victims, is a great place to start because it's not written as a piece of academic scholarship, so anyone could really understand it.
Oh, I thought you wanted you read scholars and then you cite non-scholarship.
If you want something more academic, I'll link a great article from the Journey of Holy Land and Palestinian Studies that explicitly bridges the gap between Jewish supremacy and white supremacy. And I'll also add a work from Fayez Sayegh. I apologize if I got that name wrong. And that goes way back to 1965, illustrating the concept. The sad irony, though, is that the way I managed this learning experience going in to make this video has gotten me into drama. And now I have to address the drama to...
What happened is that you called me out on a stream that was specifically dedicated to debunking a video that I made talking about how Jewish supremacy is the dominant form of supremacy in Israel. That's what happened. You waded into this discussion. Own up to it. Now you're like, oh, I changed my mind on this. Okay. Are you going to say, and I'm sorry to the people who I maligned as neo-Nazis, as being associated with neo-Nazis, who I now realize were right? No, you're not.
Hopefully not distract from the actual video when I release it, hopefully later this month. A video I started on well before all this happened.
Oh, no, you didn't.
I started researching more, which led to observations and learning, and that led to private conversations.
We have a video of you, a stream of you. April fucking 16th. Outright saying that to you, Jewish supremacy sets off alarm bells, and it sounds weird, and me and the Tabernacle are like appealing to neo-Nazis by saying it. Give us a break, you liar.
It was originally turned into public content, and that public content turned into more public content, and that public content. And now I have to do this video before I finish that video so that that video can be seen and received as intended. And you wonder why I feel like this platform is not appropriate for serious political action.
Well, you think that because you make garbage slop content, dude. You make fucking celebrity drama. Now, only after receiving pressure and being corrected by people who you're pretending that I had that positions all along. No, you fucking didn't. You went on a fucking 3-hour-long Cope, 2-hour-long Cope stream talking about how Jewish supremacy isn't real. You have to be fucking with us. You're just lying. Like, the sort of shit they said in this stream was ridiculous. Ludicrous. Listen to this shit.
So I just want to, so if I understood you, because I think I understood this one point that you were just summarizing that I thought I understood you making in the video, that, and I think I agree with this point, that there is an attempt in certain spaces to use the claim of Jewish supremacy to have folks, to basically give them their Quentin Tarantino N-word moment as it relates to Jews.
FD Signifier is nodding along and smiling to that.
So,
exactly.
Every single person on this panel agrees that we're using the term Jewish supremacy because we want to use it like the N-word against Jews. This is the sort of thing that FD Signifier was engaging in before I responded to him on it, and now he's acting like he had the same opinion as me all along. Again, I responded to him on this on April 20th, 2026. 4 days after this stream happened. And now he's acting like this has nothing, me finally addressing this in a video that I'm going to make on it. Now, me thinking that Jewish supremacy is real now, me finally saying that I get it now, has nothing to do with these discussions. Yes, it does. Yes, it does, you liar. Just like the fire agency thing does. He's just so slimy. He's the snakiest snake that'll ever snake. This is what always happens, right? With me, I refute people. They adopt my positions later on, and they act like they had them the whole time, and they never address the change. They never do like a mea culpa, like, shit, I'm sorry. I was wrong about that. You're right. It never happens. They just slyly adopt my positions and hope you don't fucking notice. Everyone always comes around to the bad empanada position eventually. Anyway, there's not really much more worth addressing in this video. This video is a massive backtrack from what he has previously said. He is adopting many of my positions and arguments while pretending that he's not. Totally not addressing the fact that that is what he is doing here, and it shows that he doesn't really have principles. It shows more than anything that he's the grifter he tries to frame me and the Tabernacle as. Because me and the Tabernacle have had the same politics on this, more or less, for at least a few years. We've been talking about Israel-Palestine for like 4 to 5 years. And we're not doing that in collaboration or anything, you know? We're just doing that because it's what we believe. Our politics in this time have adapted, but not in like such a way like this, right? Like our politics have become firmer and firmer as we've seen things change in regards to Israel-Palestine. That's what's happened. FD Signify here is like a month ago, I said that using Jewish supremacy is like a Nazi, borderline Nazi dog whistle, like same as talking about black supremacy. And now a month later is like, oh, I've actually thought that Jewish supremacy is real and really a super important thing to talk about in regards to Israel for a very long time. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. You're lying here. And the fire agency stuff, as if a month ago, he wasn't like, I don't know anything about Graham Plattner. He didn't like say, basically, you should vote for him for Senate, blah, blah, blah. Well, he didn't say outright vote for him. He said rather, if he beat a Republican, it would be better. And now he's talking about Graham Plattner as like the sort of controlled opposition op that he actually is, specifically referencing Fight Agency, which he got from me. And I don't mind people referencing me. I don't mind people coming around on Jewish supremacy. What I do mind is that he was attacking and slandering me and others for saying the same things that he is saying now that he got from me and those others, specifically me and the Tabernacle, without addressing the fact that that is where he got them from. Ridiculous, slimy, really real grifter behavior. Real grifter behavior right there. Real unprincipled grifter behavior. He doesn't believe in anything. What he believes in is, I've been getting a little bit of backlash, not that much backlash, from people who agree with a much more fringe political current than what my mainstream American progressive, like, able to forgive imperialism politics are. I'm going to cave under this tiny little bit of pressure to try and make it look like I actually agreed with those people all along, when obviously I didn't. I'm lying about that. You'll never see me do that, even under... But I've been under way more pressure. I've gotten like thousands upon thousands of comments from FD Signifier fans screaming at me. But have I changed? Have you seen me say, oh shit, this is bad for my brand, I'm gonna have to backtrack a bit here while trying to make it out like I've actually held these opinions all along? No. That's the difference between an actual grifter and someone who really believes what they're saying, okay? So what's happened here is that FD Signifier Incorporated, a subsidiary of the Nebula Media Company, realized that if he wants to maintain as wide of an audience as possible, he might want to pretend to have been bored. He might want to pretend that he was on board this entire time with the exact arguments that he has been having with me and the Tabernacle this entire time. That's what it's all about. Never trust anyone who just changes their beliefs like at the crack of a finger, like that. This is totally different to what he was saying a month and a half ago, and that's very suspect. And the fact that he is making a Palestine video now, only after all of this pressure, proves the point more than enough. It's because he feels like there's a part of his audience that needs to be placated by this, so they shut the fuck up. That's all there is to it. Anyway, be right back. Oh, but to be one last thing, by the way, I got lots of comments from FD Signifier's audience. One that I'd like to highlight here specifically is because, you know, he was saying like, oh, you get comments from neo-Nazis, that means that you somehow are to blame for their politics or some shit like that. So many of the people who commented on my video complaining from FD Signifier's community were black liberals. Like this one here. T Hawk the Man is his name. And I went to his Twitter feed. And he was complaining that Joe Biden let in 7 million illegals. And about how white leftists don't support Kamala Harris enough. T Hawk the Man was this FD Signifier fan was complaining about Biden letting in too many illegals and illegals swarming the border, and about how those dastardly whites don't support Kamala Harris enough. If the Tabernacle is responsible for like a random neo-Nazi in his comments, is FD Signifier responsible for the fact that his content is at its core so apolitical and so broadly appealing that it's full of people like that enjoying it without having any of their politics challenged? I would say he's much more responsible for that than me or the Tabernacle ever would be because a neo-Nazi commented on Twitter. And the reason why he has people like that is because his content is broadly apolitical. It's aesthetically political, but it's not really in a challenging way. It doesn't really have a firm political stance. So his audience is full of black liberals who do like the whole, what are the fucking Palestinians ever done for me sort of thing. So two can play it. Not that it's super important or anything, but two can fucking play at that game. His audience is by and large like Kamala Harris liberals, and he himself is a Kamala Harris liberal. But he wants to come off as more than that, and that's ultimately what it's all about. That's ultimately what me responding to him has resulted in. Like, it's kind of cracked open the veneer that he's had of being a radical without him ever really meaningfully engaging with what that might mean in practice. With like how his personal politics actually fit in with the supposedly radical image that he likes to portray of himself. What do his political prescriptions, the people who he tells his audience to support, say about what he's actually for? There's a disconnect between those two things, and he's trying to remedy that right now. And that's why he's so radical by me and the Tabernacle responding to him, because our critiques have really exposed that disconnect. And of course, his reaction is to hide behind aesthetics, to try and make it a race thing. Everything except addressing the fact that he is 100% politically in line with the so-called white leftists who he pertains to be against. Anyway, done with that segment, be right back. Anyway, I'm making an announcement. You shouldn't be pro-Palestine. You should be anti-Israel. Because anti-Israel encompasses everything pro-Palestine, but also leaves no room for liars and snakes to use the label without actually truly being anti-Israel, which is what is required for you to be pro-Palestine. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, let me give you a nice, succinct example so that you can understand. Have you ever heard anyone say in the context of World War II that they were pro-Jewish? Have you ever heard that? I've never heard anyone ever say that in the context of World War II. I've heard people say they're anti-fascist or anti-Nazi. I've never once heard anyone say they're pro-Jewish. But we do say that we're pro-Palestine, don't we? That's kind of weird. It's a weird framing. And the reason why it's weird is because it really doesn't get to the root of the problem. And the reason why it's such a thing in this one instance is because people have been afraid to be anti-Israel because of the obvious, Israel Zionist lobby connotations of trying to frame being against Israel as being anti-Semitic. So to avoid that, you say, oh, I'm pro-Palestine, because they can't accuse you of being anti-Semitic if you just say you're pro this people. However, the use of this label, the prominence of this label, which is not really the sort of label you would ever really see in most other analogous situations, as I just said with the World War II example, is that you can infiltrate under this label very, very easy. Great example of this is Bernie Sanders. If you say Bernie Sanders is a Zionist, you get a chorus of responses from angry people saying, but Bernie Sanders is one of the most pro-Palestine politicians in the USA. Look at his voting record. He has way more pro-Palestine votes than anyone else. But then, Bernie Sanders is an open Zionist. Let me show you the clip of him just outright saying this.
At the same time, polls among Palestinians in the occupied West Bank and Gaza are showing that they're increasingly in favor of a one-state solution with equal rights for Israelis and Palestinians alike and equal citizenship. Is that something you believe could happen, or is that something you support?
No, I don't. I mean, I think if that happens, then that would be the end of the state of Israel. And I support Israel's right to exist.
Do you think a two-state solution is still viable?
So, yeah, okay. Bernie Sanders can get in under the pro-Palestine label because if you look at him, he said things that seem pro-Palestinian, right? Like saying Palestinians are human, that's pro-Palestinian. Saying, oh, Israel does bad things to Palestinians, that's pro-Palestinian. But he's not anti-Israel. And ultimately, Israel is the source of the problems that the Palestinians have. You know, I don't support Palestinians because there's something innate about them that makes them worthy of my support. I support them because they are presently colonized, they are presently victimized, they are presently imperialized. It's a situation that can change. Like, think about the whole... The pro-Jewish example that I gave. If you were pro-Jewish in World War II, which no one really was, and no one ever really described themselves under these terms, then what would happen later on when a whole lot of Jews start doing genocide in Palestine? That's why it's a lot more important to be anti the thing that's oppressing people. Like, I'm not pro-Palestinian. I don't support Palestinians innately, right? I support them because they are in a horrid situation right now. If in 100 years' time they were doing the inverse of that in like Africa or something, there was a Palestinian-led colonization movement in Africa or whatever to throw out a ridiculous thing that's never going to happen, I would be against that. I would be against whatever the fuck that was called. I would be anti that. Anti-Israel gets to the crux of the problem. Pro-Palestine doesn't. Pro-Palestine leaves way too much room for hissing snakes to sliver their way in and change the meaning of what it really means to be on the side of the Palestinian people away from being anti-Israel, as it really does need to mean. And I know, obviously, people are going to reply to this saying, oh, but they're the same thing. To be truly pro-Palestinian, you have to be anti-Israel. And yes, you think that. I think that. But there's many people who don't think that, or who want to get away with not really being anti-Israel, but still presenting themselves as pro-Palestine, who can get away with doing that because the pro-Palestinian label is so easy to misuse compared to the anti-Israel one. Another great example is Owen Jones. Owen Jones was explicitly not anti-Zionist for more than a decade, and yet he was framed as pro-Palestine in the media for most of that time. How was that possible? Because the difference between the anti-Israel and the pro-Palestine label is clear. So while for us, these labels mean the same thing functionally, to others they don't. So we need to use the anti-Israel label way more to get to the crux of the issue, to make it harder for those people to mislead others by claiming to be pro-Palestine sneakily. The anti-Israel label is also much more encompassing of the broader problem. Because Palestinians are not the only victims of Israel. So are Iranians. So are Yemenis. So are Lebanese. So is most other peoples of the Middle East. Egyptians. Jordanians. Now, obviously, downstream of this, because it goes like pro-Palestine, anti-Israel, anti-imperialist / anti-colonialist. And yes, you should be anti-imperialist / anti-colonialist as well. Those things encompass being anti-Israel among them. But right now, when we're focused on a specific issue, like that of Israel-Palestine, it demands some kind of specific label for that situation. And between pro-Palestine and anti-Israel, anti-Israel is much better. Like, think another great example is Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein has claimed 1 billion times that he is pro-Palestinian because he said, like, oh, I've even said that there's, like, mistreatment of Palestinians in the West Bank and all this sort of stuff. It's so easy to get away with making, like, a token statement that kind of sounds like you're humanizing Palestinians, when the standard for that is pro-Palestinian, not anti-Israel. So yeah, I just wanted to make a little clip about that, explaining why I think the anti-Israel label is much more... So yeah, I just wanted to make a short little clip about that, explaining why the anti-Israel label gets to the point much more succinctly and should be used much more. When you ask a politician for their stance on Palestine, you are much better served by asking, are you anti-Israel, then are you pro-Palestinian? Anti-Israel, they will stutter, or they will straight up actually have to reveal themselves as not being anti-Israel at all, and thus not being pro-Palestinian. But if you ask them, are you pro-Palestinian? They have a whole lot more room to work with without actually saying anything substantially negative about the existence of Israel. And that's really the crux of the argument that I'm making here. Now, let's go into some news. There was an election in Colombia this past week, which I think we shouldn't be defeatist about yet, but that is kind of worrying nonetheless. It was between Ivan Cepeda, a left-leaning candidate, and Abelardo de la Espriella. From his name, you can fucking tell what a piece of shit this guy's name is. I've never seen anyone with a name like that who isn't a piece of shit. It's like the equivalent of, like, having, like, a sort of aristocratic-sounding name in English. Who is like a far-right moron. And this was only the first round, so there's going to be a second round where the two of them face off against one another. And the right-winger won almost 44% of the vote, and the left-winger won 41%. It's not over yet. I'm telling you right now, it's not over yet. I will say, in the last election, something similar happened where the combined vote of the right-wing candidates was more than 50%, and Gustavo Petro only got 40%, and then still Gustavo Petro won the runoff. So it's not 100% over yet. It's not like 100% done, like don't despair just yet. The same sort of thing might happen as happened last time, where some of the right-wing voters clearly decided to vote for the left in the second round. That, or like people who didn't turn out for the first round came out to vote for in the second round. And this election has involved a lot of interference. Likely at the behest of the US. For example, the president of Ecuador, Daniel Noboa, who is a drug trafficker, by the way. His family has been caught trafficking drugs to Europe because he owns his family owns a shipping company. He's a real drug lord. He held talks with Abelardo de la Espriella. I don't know if it's Espriella or Espriella. I don't know. I don't know if it's Italian or if it's Spanish. When I'm speaking English, I pronounce everything wrong anyway. But they had talks, and he came to an agreement with the opposition candidate that he would lift tariffs on Colombia only if the opposition candidate won. And that's obviously election interference. It's saying, vote for him or we're not going to do this favorable thing. It's like holding the tariffs above their head. And there was diplomatic pressure on Ecuador as a result of this, and they decided that they would lift the tariffs anyway, no matter what happens. But it's an example of like how the US-linked governments like those like that in Noboa are trying to influence the election. Now, fundamentally, like, everyone in Latin America is just super cucked right now. Petro has been sort of bowing down before Trump recently. He's been terrified to do anything. So, like, the main benefit of having, like, someone left-leaning in power in Colombia right now would just be to prevent the absolute worst things that the right wing would do on behalf of the US. For example, let me see if I can find the clip that I saw earlier of this guy, the right-wing candidate, announcing that he would, like, start bombing peasants. This guy said that, like, as soon as he assumes as the president, he is going to start bombing coca growers. Which is different from cocaine, by the way. It's like a precursor to cocaine, but people also grow coca. How do you pronounce it in English? Coca? What the hell? How did I say that? People also grow coca for, like, to chew and shit like that, and to make tea and stuff. It's like a normal traditional indigenous practice among Andean indigenous peoples. And people like this hate them, obviously. So he announced that he is going to bomb the coca growers.
Voy a dar la orden el 8 de agosto de empezar a fumigar las más de 330,000 hectáreas de coca.
He said he's going to fumigate, like, all of the coca plantations in Colombia. And then also bomb.
Son la fuente primigenia de todas las formas de violencia. Y voy a dar la orden de bombardear todos los campamentos narcoterroristas, haciendo uso de la
Obviously, they have been doing this shit in Ecuador recently as well. This is just he's pledging to return Colombia to the years of violence that was all justified by fighting drug trafficking. It's the exact same shit as before. They've been doing this recently in Ecuador. For example, Ecuador and the US bombed a dairy farm, claiming that it was a drug trafficking operation. And this is just openly being reported in the US media. No one's talking about it, by the way. And then they posted the videos of it to social media. This is the sort of thing that this right-winger wants to do. And I sure hope he loses, because even though all of the like center-left leaders in Latin America right now are cowards, just like, even if they're willing to say no to this stuff, it's at least something compared to the rest. Even if all of them are just bending over to Trump. The thing is, they need to act as a bloc to be able to stand up to the US, and none of them are doing so. They're all just individually bending over. So yeah, don't despair about the Colombian election yet. It is completely possible, as happened last time, that the second round goes completely differently to how you would think from the first round. But you know, the US empire is taking down as many people as it can with it right now. And its interference in Latin American elections, especially for its proxies like the Ecuador example there, is perverse as fuck. Just perverse as all hell. Anyway, be right back. It's actually kind of shitty there right now, thanks to the US. Cuba is not a Soviet-backed exporter of revolution. It hasn't been for a long time. Cuba has basically, for 30 years now, been just sitting there minding its own business, trying to get by. There is no real benefit to the US in attacking Cuba, and Barack Obama realized this. Barack Obama realized that rapprochement with Cuba was better for American interests because there is a ton of potential for American capitalists to make a lot of money from commercial partnerships with Cuba, and especially the Cuban government. The most... logically, the best thing for the USA to do would be normalize relations with Cuba, normalize commercial relations with Cuba, let American capitalists generate billions of dollars in profits from commerce with Cuba. There's no functional, ideological, political, geopolitical reason for the US to be so singularly against Cuba anymore. Like, looking upon it with suspicion, sure, but investing the amount of resources that it is now into attacking Cuba is nonsensical. It's nonsensical. Barack Obama was the last, big-time, liberal imperialist consensus American president to get that. But what do we have now? Well, we have Marco Rubio. What is Marco Rubio? A gusano, occupying the American government, whose personal whims, literally his personal dream was to eventually be the president of Cuba. He wrote that once. Clearly, people like him are directing American government Cuba policy in a direction that can't simply be explained as things being the US pursuing its own geopolitical interests anymore like it used to be. And it's not just him. It's the Cuban American lobby. They have their whole fucking lobby. You know, they an important voting bloc in what is always a key battleground state in Florida. A huge battleground state with lots of electoral college votes. They have lots of money that they use to pressure politicians to be harsh on Cuba, to make Cubans starve, so that, because they want to get their property back. Their property back. Their parents' property back. You know, the US government doesn't give a fucking shit about Cuban Americans and their property. It does care about, American companies getting compensation for appropriated property, but doesn't give a shit about individual Cuban Americans getting their property back. You know who does, though? The Cuban Americans and their descendants. They want daddy's farm back. It would be much more convenient for the US government to make a deal with Cuba, as every other country did. They did this with Canada. The Cuban government didn't just appropriate without compensation. And this is something that always happens, right? Appropriation without compensation is exceedingly rare. Even for a socialist, communist government, they realize that pure appropriations without giving something in return for them will fuck them over commercially, because they still need to deal with these countries commercially, internationally, and all that sort of thing diplomatically. The Cuban government paid its debts. They appropriated and they paid their debts to the countries, to the companies that they appropriated the properties from. And everyone made deals and they all came out happy, except the USA. The American companies would be way better served by just making a deal with Cuba to have all that shit paid back. They never did, though. Why? GOG. Gusano-occupied government. GOG slaves. And I also want to bring this up because when I talk about this, everyone nods along, right? I mean, you might not agree with me for the reasoning behind it, but you can't not claim that there are clearly interest groups with lots of money in the USA of Cuban Americans who basically they have what is best called a conspiracy to force the US government to do things on their behalf, quite clearly. They drive US government policy in a direction that it might not be driven in so much without them being there. But if you say this for Jewish Americans, what happens? Anti-Semitic conspiracy theory of Jewish control, right? Jewish Americans are at least, on average, Jewish Americans and Jewish American institutions significantly more powerful than the Cuban American lobby, and lobby the US government and discipline people as well. Like the Cuban American lobby doesn't do this as much. They don't get you fired from their job for saying that you like Fidel Castro. Maybe they have in the past, but nowhere near as much as the Jewish American lobby does in regards to Israel. But you can't say that. Like, they do the same thing the Cubans do on a much bigger scale, much more pervasively, much worse, but you're not allowed to say it. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? So I also wanted to bring this up to talk about the difference in the reaction as well. Because both of these things are factual descriptions of things that actually happen, that are really happening in real life. There is pervasive Cuban American influence on the US government, and there's also pervasive Jewish American influence on the US government. Both of them pressure the US government to pursue their own, what these groups perceive as their own political preferences regarding how the US government treats foreign countries. One of them, many of the same people who get up in arms about calling the Jewish American lobby out for doing that, will nod along with you on the Cuban American lobby part. So it's also useful to point this out for that contrast as well. So I am coining Gogzog, or Zog-Gog, whichever you prefer. The US government is occupied by Zionists and Gusanos. It's similar too, it's very similar. There are a few more anti-Cuban embargo American politicians than there are true anti-Zionist politicians. I think there's 10-ish. But still, the vast majority of American politicians are explicitly anti-Cuba. They are fully gogged. They are gogged out. They are the most gogged out gusanos. You can give them the Gusano d'Or. It's a similar sort of situation, and I think the US relationship with Israel is evolving to the Cuban American relationship with the US government on Cuban policy as well, to the point where Israel is actually becoming something of a detriment to American foreign policy. But because of, in large part, the lobby pressure on the US government to keep them backing Israel, no matter how bad doing so makes them look, and how sometimes Israel even does things that go against their own interests in the Middle East, I think the Israel-US relationship is sort of being driven little by little into a very similar position as the Gusano-US government relationship is. You can't simply explain 100% anymore why the US government is so compromised with Israel as it used to be able to, because the US government used to tell Israel no when it thought Israel was doing things that went against its own interests. Like Reagan, who famously called the Israeli prime minister and told him to stop, he was going too far in Lebanon. The US doesn't do that anymore. Why not? Well, because I think there's a bit of sunk cost fallacy, and also the pressure from the Israel lobby is more than ever before. There's certainly an element of that to it. Just like there is with the Cuban American lobby. But only one of those is considered anti-Semitic and beyond the pale to talk about. The other one, everyone's just like, yeah, it's like that. So yeah, Gog-Zog theory. Gog-Zog, oh man, these words are really funny. Like Zog. That guy, like, the next time you see someone talking about how evil Fidel Castro is, just be like, look at this gogged out libtard. He's fully gogged. He's a Goisano. Okay, now let us talk about the protests in Bolivia. You might have heard there are protests in Bolivia. Very good and effective protests, actually. I haven't talked about them until now because I was sort of waiting to see what happens. Because I don't really trust Evo Morales anymore. And at first it seemed like this might have just been a little thing that was mostly to do with him and his supporters, but it is not just that, not even close. It is a real legitimate mass protest movement that is basically taking over the country. And a notable thing is that the previous experience back in 2019-2020, where the Bolivian government, the right-wing illegitimate dictatorship in Bolivia, which had taken power via a military coup against Evo Morales, they cracked down on the protests and they massacred people. And they ended up losing anyway. And right now, it seems like the new right-wing Bolivian government, even though they have this legitimization from the US interference and such, they are mindful of that, and they have, as of yet, not been willing to go as far as the dictatorship did back in 2019. Though they are signaling that they might. Let me see if I can find a decent English language article about this. So there are currently 96 blockades on important transport routes all over Bolivia, and even the most right-wing unions have decided to join up with the protests against the right-wing government. Bolivian protest has done a lot recently. Like, there was a recent attempt to remove fuel and gas subsidies, which are extremely important in a country like Bolivia. Subsidies, let me explain why they're important, just because a lot of people don't get this. In a country like Bolivia, most people don't have formal jobs. Most, like, laws for minimum wages, laws for, like, benefits, don't reach them. They are just employed by someone who pays them under the table. Because these countries don't have the money, the will to do, like, real labor rights enforcement. And the thing with subsidies, like on gas and such, is they reach everyone. If you subsidize gas, that's a way to make sure that people who are not formal workers get the benefit without them having to do anything to sign up for a program, without them having to, like, have, like, an official contract with their job to benefit from the minimum wage, or, you know, officially legally regulated benefits that they're supposed to have, stuff like that. A fuel subsidy is, you know, you pay less at the pump. And even if they don't have a motorcycle or a car themselves, they benefit from that because it means that bus tickets are cheaper. It means that transportation costs for like supermarket logistics, for example, are cheaper as well. So in the supermarkets, stuff is going to be cheaper as well. It's a much more direct way of the government getting to people and making the cost of living lower for them than many other government policies are. And that's why it's very important in a country like Bolivia. And previously, people in Bolivia had managed to stop the planned passing of the reduction of subsidies on fuel and gas. And now this present protest, they began in part out of an attempt to arrest Evo Morales on what are almost certainly trumped up charges against him. They have done this previously, like ex-president Luis Arce, who Evo Morales had a conflict with, was arrested for bullshit corruption allegations, obviously, as like, this is just what they do. This is what the right wing does in Latin America and what I think the left wing has to do. No more games. You know, don't try to be better than them. Just put them in prison the second you get into power, or they will do it to you. The second they get into power, they just try to put all of their opponents into jail as like retaliatory judicial persecution. Obviously trumped up bullshit. Fuck them for this. Play as dirty as they do. So there have been 32 days of blockades all around Bolivia. They're only growing and growing and growing. This article actually gives pretty decent context, even though it's on a right-wing website. The protest began on the 1st of May as a protest by one of the biggest unions for a wage increase of 20%. And now it has morphed into a demand for the resignation of the right-wing president allied with Donald Trump, Rodrigo Paz. And as I brought up earlier, they are handling this distinctly to the way that it was done in 2019. Because these protests are bigger and they have wider support than the 2019 defense of Evo Morales did even. And something about the Bolivia protests that I should note is that you can do this too. You could do exactly what they're doing. Who else does this? Maybe the French sometimes? I don't think they're anywhere near as good at it. Definitely not. Like, when's the last time that you could say that there were 96 protests all across the USA, like blockades on roads, that are withstanding police and military pressure to get them to stop? The administration of President Rodrigo Paz has fled the capital city. Juicy. Imagine, Americans, if you are, like, proportionately, you could do like 200 blockades, 400 blockades all around the country. Imagine if you did that and it resulted in Donald Trump fleeing Washington, D.C. Now you can say, oh, but they might send the military on us or the cops on us. They do that in Bolivia as well, but they're standing firm. You can do all of this as well. And look, I'll show you how absurdly, like, conciliatory the right-wing government is trying to be. People aren't falling for it. They're not letting themselves be placated. The trigger for this crisis was the president signing a law to favor agribusiness elites, which basically it's one of those things that like do you remember? I don't know if you know, like the way that the US, if you guys know this, the way the US dealt with like indigenous land, and how they very gradually turned indigenous land into just generic non-indigenous land anymore. The way they did that was they changed the laws to make it so that instead of the land that indigenous people held being specifically indigenous, they encouraged them to sell it. They changed legal frameworks to give them like great incentives to sell it off, so that then it could be bought and basically be turned into land like any other. That is what they were trying to do here. And that spurred protest, and they ended up repealing the law due to pressure against those protests. But the protests have not only not dissipated, but they have grown since. And the thing is, like, the Bolivian left wing can do this while totally disunited. They are so factionalized right now. Evo Morales probably has like maybe 20-25% support in the country right now. That's quite a lot. It's a lot, and his supporters make up a lot of the protesters, but it's nowhere near as big as it was in 2019. He had like 50-ish% support, right? But even with that split, people are still coming together to organize an absurdly effective protest movement that have gotten everything they've wanted so far, and that is pushing for even more. And I don't want to pronounce on what I think will happen here yet. There has not been massive military repression yet. I don't want to say it's not going to happen, because it very well could, especially because there's pressure coming from the US. The USA released this statement about like, oh, we need the Bolivian government to defend democracy. Give me a fucking break. A joint statement by members of the Shield of the Americas, like us and our little colonized bitch states, saying we stand with the government of Bolivia. And like, it kind of has like the implication of, if you guys don't stop these protests, we'll fucking kill you, right? And the worst part of all of this, I'll cover this here as well, is Lula, who, to be clear, Lula has always been an Obama-style like neoliberal. He's the Obama of Bolivia. He's the Obama of Brazil. But this is bad even for him. Like, the worst thing he ever did was help with the US intervention, the UN intervention in Haiti. This isn't near as bad as that. But it's bad even for him still. Lula expressed his solidarity with the Bolivian government and people and emphasized the importance of the full respect for democratic institutions and the rule of law. I advocated that the government and social movements avoid resorting to violence and prioritize dialogue as the path to overcoming differences and preserving social peace. At the request of President Rodrigo Paz, I ordered the sending of humanitarian aid to Bolivia. To be clear, that's breaking a blockade that the people are imposing on the streets. And it's the same wording as you saw from the Shield of the Americas statement, where they said member countries of the Shield of the Americas have been providing humanitarian assistance to the people of Bolivia. So Lula is unofficially aligning himself with the US government on this. You have to wonder, what are they saying behind the scenes? Are they saying they're going to kill him and his family? What's going on there? What's going on there? Or is he just this much of a cuck? Everyone's cucked by the US, and the US is falling right now. The US empire is in decline, make no mistake, but we need resistance to it in the meantime. And you know, the best people who have some power to do something about this are like the governments of Mexico, the governments of Brazil, these big, regionally important countries that are really capable of pushing back against the US. You know, I'm not saying they're capable of fighting the US, but they are certainly capable of saying, no, we're not going to do that. They're capable of charming Trump. You know, they're capable of standing up for themselves and for, you know, the left-leaning movements in the region, but they're not doing it that much, are they? And Lula's capitulation here is very worrying. Very, very worrying. But yeah, I just wanted to cover that, because why not? It's still developing. We don't know exactly what's going to happen here. But yeah. Anyway, give me all your money before I end the stream. Thank you. Long ass stream. Like 3 hours in total. Send me your super chats. Send me your money. I need money so that I can afford to buy desktop computer worth like $10,000 now, because all the parts are really expensive because of AI and Bitcoin. That's what it costs. It's so expensive now compared to before. So that my microphone doesn't fuck up during long streams. Thank you. All of my problems stem from the fact that I don't have a legitimate, like, setup for streaming, editing, filming, because I just have a shitty little laptop. Thank you. I really appreciate it when you send me money. It really doesn't grind my gears, whatever the opposite of grinding your gears is. That's what it does for me. Yeah, and I also need money for commissary because I am in prison. We have to remember that. I'm actually banned from Argentina and Australia because I get arrested if I went to those countries. Anyway, Thank you for watching, my personal best friends. I will see you. In this video, we're going to be covering the Bosnian War of 1992 to 1995. Things like what it was, how and why it happened, and we are especially going to be scrutinizing some of the most common myths about it, with all the necessary context being provided so that you can follow along even if you're not familiar with the topic. The two most common competing narratives about the Bosnian War and how it ended are that the war was part of a conspiracy to destroy socialist Yugoslavia, and the USA and Western countries intervened in order to ensure its fracture, victimizing and demonizing Serbians in the process, providing an example of how Western military intervention is bad. Or that the USA and Western European countries who intervened had no ulterior motives, and they actually intervened benevolently to stop the war and its associated Bosnian genocide, providing an example of how Western military intervention is good. But despite how dominant these interpretations are in the discourse surrounding the war, both of them are very, very wrong. So in this video, I'm going to clear things up. This video was made possible thanks to my supporters on Patreon and me in the context of the Bosnian War started in the context of the breakdown of the Socialist Republic of Yugoslavia in the 80s and early 90s, a country in the Balkans that comprised present-day Serbia, Kosovo, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, Slovenia, and North Macedonia. This area, made up of many different peoples of many different ethnicities, had a long history of being dominated by foreign powers, namely the Ottoman Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. This situation of prolonged foreign rule bred discontent among the populace, resulting in the popularization of the idea of pan-Slavic unity among them, that the so-called South Slavic peoples of the Balkans should all be part of one big, independent, multi-ethnic, self-ruling state. This idea, known as Yugoslavism, literally meaning South Slavism, was subsequently a factor that led to the outbreak of the First World War, after the Bosnian Serb Yugoslavist, Gavrilo Princip, assassinated the heir to the Austro-Hungarian throne, Archduke Franz Ferdinand. After the end of the war in 1918 and the defeat of the Central Powers, the Austro-Hungarian Empire collapsed, and this led to the foundation of the first ever independent Yugoslav state, which was ruled by a Serbian monarch. It was rife with ethnic tensions, however, as at the time, the Yugoslav ideal was hardly widely popular. Many were instead more narrow-minded nationalists, and the fact that this new state was ruled by a Serbian monarch was something of a sour point for the other groups. This fragile, young, disunited state was thus very ill-prepared for World War II, so it very quickly fell apart once it was invaded by the Axis powers in 1941. While a minority of nationalists across the region collaborated with the Nazis, hoping to be rewarded with their own fascist, homogenous ethnic states after the war, the vast majority of the population of the affected regions were very much against the occupation. This provided fertile ground for the rapid advance of Yugoslavism, as everyone was united by an active war against a common enemy. The partisan movement that formed to fight the Nazis was thus multi-ethnic, and the Yugoslav resistance movement ended up being the only one during World War II that successfully liberated themselves from Axis occupation without having to wait for assistance from Allied troops. This created a powerful unifying narrative that the previous attempt to form a Yugoslav state had lacked. This new Yugoslavia was seen as a continuation of the same partisan movement that had successfully brought together so many different people of so many different ethnicities to defeat the Nazis. The biggest, most powerful, and most popular faction of the partisan movement, led by Josip Broz Tito, were also communists. And so, after the war, the Socialist Republic of Yugoslavia was founded. Tito had emerged as the undisputed military and political leader of the partisans, so now the peoples of the region had both a unifying narrative and a unifying figure, which most of them were happy to rally behind, regardless of their previous ethnic differences. This immediately solved a lot of, though not all of the problems, that ethnic nationalisms had posed to the previous iteration of Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia then remained quite stable, united and economically prosperous up until around the early 80s, when, following Tito's death in 1980, ethnic nationalisms, which had been mitigated but never fully displaced, started growing in prominence once more. This had its root in economic problems that had been developing since the late 70s, which then led to scapegoating and resentment between different ethnic groups. As economist Vyacheslav Jurasevich wrote, "When the Yugoslav economy was growing fast in the 1950s, 60s, and even in the 70s, delivering welfare to wide masses of working people, nationalist sentiments were put down, and separatist aspirations simply did not stand a chance to win popularity. But in the 1980s, Yugoslavia went into freefall. Caught in the circle of hyperinflation and economic stagnation, the peoples of Yugoslavia channeled their discontent along nationalist and separatist lines. Serbian nationalists in particular took advantage of this situation to gain significant institutional control of the government, facilitated by the fact that they were by far the largest national group in the country, and that its federal seat of government was in the Serbian capital of Belgrade. The clearest example of this was their abolition of the autonomy of the provinces of Vojvodina and Kosovo. Serb politicians claimed that these provinces' autonomy weakened Serbia, and then used their disproportionate power over the Yugoslav government to effectively give them to Serbia. In the case of Kosovo, this was against the will of the majority of the population, who were Albanians, not Serbs. And Serb politicians further justified this on the basis that Serbia had to have direct control over Kosovo to supposedly protect the Serb minority there, as if the mere potential of the rights of Serbs in Kosovo being violated justified stripping rights from the rest of the population of Kosovo. And given that Serbia had justified this abolition of autonomy by pointing to this Serb minority, and there were also other republics with sizable Serb minorities, this led to fears that they may try to do the same elsewhere. This, coupled with the economic problems, resulted in a perception among the other national groups of Yugoslavia that power was increasingly being concentrated in Serbia and wielded for Serbian interests, and that there had thus been a rupture in the state's founding principle of equality between its republics. Thus, in 1991, the control of the Yugoslav central government over its territory collapsed amid a wave of declarations of independence from all of its republics, minus Serbia itself and Montenegro, whose population at the time preferred to remain a part of a federation with Serbia. This meant that Yugoslavia was, in effect, just Serbia and Montenegro. So the Yugoslav military and government were now really best described as the Serbian military and government, as the Serbians controlled most of its equipment, and its non-Serb personnel mostly left, or were discharged when their republic seceded. Then, Serbia, using the justification that the Yugoslav state still technically existed, and that they were thus preventing separatism, went
里流透明火の用心えいおっとラッキーふっやっえいえい
すまんすまん。こいつはどうだ。
手加減なしだぜ。ああ食いしばれよ。
風邪ひくなよ。
花火にいいやっはあせっとりゃえいやっ堪忍して言うだ。ここであんたを潰す。
この瞬間お前は永遠。
神里流透明雪を舞え火の用心おっとはあいやこりゃふっやってやって金魚やで踊りな
これすまんすまん。
耐えられるか。行くぞ。師匠の技を食らいなさい。失礼。桜吹雪花火きれいやせっそりゃやっはっやっえいえさあはあ祭りの開始や。
風邪ひくなよ。おとなしくし。
ウオパー火をけい雪を舞え話が通じないならはっえはっそれ踊りなさい。ふっ
すまんすまん。
やっえ神里流とやっ行くでふっへいえい熱々でしょ。師匠の技を食らいなさい。
風邪ひくなよ。
気ぃつけるぜせっやっふっやっおっとえいウオパー火をけい話が
この瞬間お前は永遠。
失礼取った火の用心さあキャッチやっふっへいやっやっいやはあ長や
これ
雪を舞え
すまんすまん。
花火にいいふっおっとやっはっ師匠の技を食らいなさい。熱々それふっ
おとなしくしやがる。この瞬間これ
話が通じないなら叩く神里流透滅失礼気ぃつけるぜ熱々でしょ
こいつはどうだ。
桜吹雪、雪を舞い、花火にキャッチやっはあ
風邪ひくなよ。おとなしくし。
料理の時間だ。失礼。祭りの開始や。やっはっ踊りなさい。神里流消滅。
この瞬間お前は永遠を食う。
火の用心。ほな、はいふっ。話が通じないなら
風邪ひくなよ。これ
失礼。花火に火せっさあとりゃやっあっちはいクオパー気をつけ
すまんすまん。こいつはどうだ。風邪ひくなよ。
それ師匠の技を食らいなさい。言ってるぜ。ふっおっとそりゃちょっえっやっすっとやっ料理の時間だよ。
おとなしくしやがって。すまんすまん。
火のよくにしてやってはっ熱々でしょはっ
こいつはどうだ。
雪を舞いそれすっや神里流消滅。
おとなしくしやがって。この瞬間
師匠の技を食らいなさ桜吹雪言ってるぜ。
こいつはどうだ。風邪ひくなよ。
はっクオパーピンクやで。失礼。ふっ取った火の用心。そりゃほなで
これすまんすまん。
熱々でしょ。言ってるぜ。キャッチせっおっとはっ
こいつはどう
師匠の技を食らいなさ雪を舞いふっやっよっふっふっ踊りなさい。
だ。風邪ひくなよ。おとなしくし。
クオパーいやいややっさあキャッチやっはっやっはっ祭りの開始や。
こいつはどう
料理の時間だよ。話が通失礼。桜吹雪
偉業を見届けよ。この瞬間お前は永遠を手にする。
雪を舞え神里流消滅。それそれ失礼。
これ風邪ひくなよ。
踊りなさい。師匠の技を食らいなさい。にゃっ
疑似妖怪。
にゃっ桜吹雪。
こいつはどうだ。
神里流消滅。雪を舞え。師匠の技を食らいなさい。熱々。それ桜吹雪。やるか。料理の時間だよ。それ火の用心。キャッチ熱々でしょ。話が通じないなら失礼。やっ
今こそ誕生の時。さて
踊りなさい。神里流消滅。雪をやるか。
疑似妖怪。
それやい師匠の技を食らいなさい。失礼。踊りなさい。それよ
行くぞ。さて冥王形成。
雪を舞え。
創世の術。さて
踊りなさい。よっ話が通じないなら手加減なし。にゃっ雪を舞え。それにゃっ
さて仕事を始めるか。
と
やるか陽豆立つされ牽引全票急
はっ騎士の風格に気をつけます。ふっ任せてください。
手加減だ封印厳剣剣を入れよ桜吹雪手やさあ食いしばれよやるかおとなしく捕まれ我が命を聞きたまえ失礼
きれいにしません。
救急如律令陽豆立ち去れ
神里流透明。
ここであんたを潰す
助けが必要な方がいる。
封印厳剣我が命を手加減なしだぜさあ食いしばれよ陽豆立ち去れ
岩の重さは雪を前それ失礼桜吹雪
救急如律令
任せてください。
行くぞ
踊りなさい。
封印厳剣我が命を聞きたまえここであんたを潰す
失礼。すっ偵察記事参上。きれいにしま雨のような矢を
おとなしく捕まれ剣を入れよ牽引
火力全開。よいしょボンボン爆弾。へいやいおおよいへいやへいやいあ岩の重さウサギ伯爵
我が命を聞きたまえ陽豆立ち去れ
特攻花火。へいへい ないよ。戦場のお掃除の時間です。
救急如律令、我が命を。封印厳禁。
全部とかー。やいあはじけろ。おお
救急如律令。創生。酒。
百発百中。
異形を見届けよ。
任せてください。火力全開。よいしょ。えへやあへいあははへいやあやいおおへいやいあははきれいにし
創生の術。
うさぎ伯爵はじけろ。おお全部とかー。へいゆっやあやいおおほいははあ
用意はとっくにできてるぜ。これすまんすまん。酒冥王牽制。
雨のような矢をボンボン爆弾特艦花火やあやいおおやへいははゆいやいおおあへいはは
おとなしくしやがる。この瞬間おま
うさ
疑似妖怪。
やいあえへやややいおお
せい。
百発百中。
異形を見届けよ。これ
全部とかー。あやへいへいははおお戦団長助けてやいは
生の時。創世の
神里流と火力全開。よいしょ。あややいおおへへへいやあやよい。もう逃げ道はないよ。やいはじけろ。おおや
疑似妖
うさぎ伯爵。あおおあおおへいおお。頼んだ。
創世の術冥王け
うさぎ伯爵。はっ特攻花火。ははえへやいおおえいあややいおおへいはじけろ。百発百中。
策やるかテア
やいははあやへい全部ドカーン。へいははおおやははほいやいおおよい。
疑似妖怪今誕生の時。
手加減なし。
よいしょ。やははへへあへいおおははほいやいあへいおおよいやっとっこん花火。はじけろ。へいやほいおお
ドゥリンだよ。よろしくね。 風邪ひくなよ大人。これ
水遊びの時間だよ。踊りなさい。取った。気ぃつけるで。はあ。そりゃ。はいや。行くで。
こいつはどうだ。すまんす
バシャバシャ水弾だ。そうだ。雪を前。花火に堪忍してよ。踊りなさい。
風邪ひくなよ大人。
バシャバシャ水弾だ。
両豆立ち去れ。我が命を聞きたまえ。救急に寄りするよ。はっ。こいつはどうだ。この瞬間お前は永遠を。
見て見て虹だよ。
封印厳禁。
失礼。まさか神里流消滅。
これおとなしく捕まれ。我が命を聞きたまえ。風邪ひくなよ。
雪を前。桜吹雪。見て見て虹だよ。
両豆立ち去れ。剣を入れよ。
失礼。
すまんすまん。こいつはどうだ。おとなしくしやがる。おとなしく捕まれ。牽引全票。
踊りなさい。それ。取った。水遊びの時間だよ。
風邪ひくなよ。
雪を前。見て見て虹よけられなかった。ガチャガチャ。
こいつはどうだ。この瞬間お前は永遠を手にする。おとなしくし。
神里流消滅。水遊びの時間。
封印厳禁。我が命を聞き。すまんすまん。 絶対に足は引っ張らない。できるか。風邪ひくなよ。これみんなは俺が守れ。
言ってるぜ。やっはあやっへっ堪忍してやふっへいやっとりゃ
すまんすまん。全力攻撃だ。
花火にいいせっふっへっやっはあはあせっおっとやっきバシャバシャ
こいつはどうだ。この瞬間お前燃えろ。みんながそばにいる。
へいやへっやっおっとそりゃやっきそうだ
これ全力攻撃だ。
火の用心でさあへっでおっとはあやっピンクやで堪忍してやくらえよけられ見て見て見て
風邪ひくなよ。おとなしくしやがる。みんながそばにいる。
言ってるぜそりゃさあやっきふっやっせっへっやってわちゃわちゃ水遊びの
こいつはどうだ。すまんすまん。みんなは俺が守れ。
花火見いひやっそりゃへっやっふっへっ今ので長や
燃えろ。みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
はいルオパー
風邪ひくなよ。おとなしくし。
ピンクやで火の用心堪忍してややっおっとはあせっやっさあそりゃ
燃えろ。全力攻これすまんすまん。
話が通じないなら花火にいいひおっとはあへっせっそりゃ
みんなは俺が守れ。こいつはどうだ。
祭りの開始やへっいややっはあって今のなしふっやって料理の時間だよ
全力 前はみんながそばにいてくれるわ。
熱々でしょ。
これ
話が通じないなら言ってるで堪忍してよ。
全力攻撃。おとなしくしやがる。風邪ひくなよ。
火の用心。
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
話が通じないなら
みんなは俺が守れ。
見て見て虹だよ。どうだ。はい。熱々でしょ。花火に今のだし。いやはーやっやっ
全力攻撃。
ガチャガチャ。水遊びの時間だ。それはっやっ
せい
師匠の技を食らいなさい。
くらえ。ねへみんなは俺が
言ってるで。せっやっきへっおっとそりゃいやいやいややっきやっ緊急やで。
燃えろ。へ
バシャバシャ水なんだ。
全力攻撃だ。
いや話が通じないなら火の用心。あそりゃ行くで。いややっきへっやっそりゃ今のだし。
みんなは俺が守れ。
料理の時間だよ。どうだ。見て見てそれ
せい
はっ師匠の技を食らいなさい。言ってるで堪忍してよ。せっいやいややっやっせっふっへっ
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
話が通じないならただ
この瞬間お前は永遠を。
いやはーやっ堪忍してよ。やっやっいやいや
みんなは俺が守れ。
それ師匠の技を食らいなさい。
すまんすまん。
火のよくせっそりゃやっふっあやっき行くで。せっやっほな
みんながそばにいる。
祭りの開始や。料理の時間だよ。ふっ
せい
はっ言ってるで。えおっとそりゃふっせっせっやっいややっき今の
全力攻撃だ。燃えろ。
師匠の技を食らいなさい。
この瞬間お前
火の用心。ふっおっとはっやっそりゃやっはっ
みんなは俺が守れ。
クオパー火をつけ。
おとなしくしやがる。
ふっ話が通じないなら花火にせっやっきふっへっやっやっせっ
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
料理の時間だよ。遊びすぎたかもしれん。
みんなは俺が守れ。
師匠の技を食らいなさい。
風邪ひくなよ。これ
火の用心。やっ、今のなし。
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
ルオパー、火を吹け。はっ、
こいつはどうだ。この瞬間お前は
花火にやっ、はっ、えいえいえいはっせいやっ。
みんなは俺が守れ。もう
熱々でしょ。
おとなしくしやがる。
話が通じないなら火の用心。さっきやっで堪忍してよ。料理の時間だよ。
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。絆
それ師匠の技を食らいなさい。
すまんすまん。これ全力攻撃だ。くらえ。いって
ルオパーやっ、
燃えろ。
はっ、話が通じないなら言ってるぜ。そりゃ行くで。やっ、さっきふっやっ。
みんなは俺が守れ。この瞬間お前は永遠を手にする。おとなしくしやがれ。
指令をお出しください。 瑠璃のように落ちなさい。
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
はっ、料理の時間だ。
強行家畜のごとし。
相関化粧やっ、よっ、熱々でしょ。
全力攻撃だ。せ
師匠の技を食らい。
血人
部外者禁止。ついていきます。
燃えろ。
契約を。
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
はっ、料理の 粧。部外者禁止。
燃えろ。みんなは俺が
ウオパー。話が通じないなら
俺につけ。
召喚化粧。やっ料理の時間だ。次
燃えろ。全力攻撃。せい
それかけっこしましょう。はっ部外者禁止。やっ
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
話が通じないなら叩くまででしょ。お触り禁止。ふっ次の仕事は料理の時間。
全力攻撃だ。せい
やっはっウオパー。部外者禁止。やっ大丈夫です。
くらえ。
それ
みんながそばに。
召喚化粧。
燃えろ。
料理の時間だよ。話がよっ
みんなは俺が守れ。
はっ熱々でしょ。
血人。
部外者禁止。やっお触り禁止。
燃えろ。全力攻撃だ。せい
やだ。話が通じないなら
冒険だ。くらえ。みんながそばにいてくれるわ。先生こっちで。
召喚化粧。
全力攻撃だ。
料理の時間だよ。
くらえ。
師匠の技を食らいなさい。
強行。
次の仕事は運動は必要です。
みんなは俺が守れ。せい
ウオパー。
血人。
お触り大丈夫です。契約。 々でしょ。話が通じないならさあ働きなさい。シトラリリストパ部外者禁止。
強行
クオパー手加減なしよ。
進軍
熱々でしょ。はっいや土に寝よう。相関化粧おさわりき料理の時間。それ師匠の技を食らいなさい。
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
話が通じないなら叩くまで。相関化粧やっ
決陣
熱々でしょ。やっはっ
みんなは俺が守る。
師匠の技を食らい。
先生こっちで
おさわり禁止。ついグオパー
強行せ
はっ
全力攻撃
はっ料理の時相関化粧部外者禁止。
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
熱々でしょ。話が通じない。
俺につけ進軍燃えろ。全力攻撃だ。強行せ冒険だ冒険。
それ
燃えろ。
はっ師匠の技を食らいなさい。
せみんなは俺が守れ。
グオパー
決陣くらえ。先生こっちでせ
はっ
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。傷なんて痛まらん。
はっ相関化粧よっ
破竹のごとす強行
師匠の技を食らいなさい。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。部外者禁止。料理の時間だ。
進軍
きなさい。シュトラリン、いつかか。相関結晶。
俺につけ強行。
師匠の技を食らいなさい。手加減なしよ。悪用の力を思い知ら。おさわり禁止。熱々でしょ。
全力攻撃だ。燃えろ。
話が通じないなら包みのよう契約を果たせ。口ふ料理の時間だ。
みんなは俺が守る。ね。
はっはっさあ働きなさい。悪用の力を。
いいだろう。
道中の偵察は僕がやります。
暗算8区
突破口を開きましょう。
水遊びの時間だよ。花火にやっおっととやっはっえっふっやってやって
剣女盤石。
皆さん元気を出して一人にキスパパどうよ火の用心おっとはぁキャッチやっへいさあとりゃおっとキャッチ
天道ここにある。
反則攻撃絶妙契約を果たせ口封じは花火にいいえいせってうりゃとうりゃはっはっ速射牽制治療さあ働きなさい悪用の力を火の用心キャッチふっやっせっおっとはっやっへい
難攻不落。
反則攻撃口封じは任せたからね気いってるぜキャッチやっおっと
物語は始まったばかりだよ。
危なっど真ん中天才だ最高の一品よ
気をつけて。運命の変わり目。
食前に動くな
下がって。
筒止めを合図に突破口を開きましょうよっ
週末の嘆き。
ど真ん中私がやるはっ低温調
下がって。 物語は始まったばかりだよ。
動くな、私がやる。鈴の音を合図。
落ちる。
目も舌も満足させてあげる。
近寄らないで。
ど真ん中、くらえ。低温調理。
下がって。岩山八。
動くな、逃がさない。
近寄らないで。
正解だ。
落ちる。やった。はった。難攻不落。
食前。
下がって。や。週末になる気。
ど真ん中。
やっ。やっ。
この仕事は排除するべきですね。うがい、最高の一品よ。冷凍。
運命の変わり目。
逃げたい。マークするのだ。よっ。
せい。せい。はっ。くらえ。せい。影。燃やし。
低温調理。私がやる。鈴の音を合図に。
ひどいよ。落ちる。 光フラ影燃やし尽くす。
ど真ん中私がやる。鈴の音を合図に。
よっでフラエやっ
冷凍
気をつけて。運命の変わり目。
動くな。
フラエ剣女万丈。
食前
せい近寄らないで。
部内者禁止。願望帝君のため。冷凍の時間よ。最高。
運命の変わり目。危ない。
ど真ん中マークするのだ。
やった下がって影燃やし尽く。
召喚結社食前に合う。
なあ下がって
正解だ。
落ち影燃やし。
おさわり禁止。冷凍の時間よ。ガンネルよ。この仕事は排除するべきだ。動くな。私がやる。
下がって終末の嘆きしない。
食前部内者禁。
落ちると揺らぐことなし。
瑠璃のように落ちなさい。
難攻不落。物語は始まったばかりだよ。
逃げたい。鈴の音を合図に。おさわり禁止。
影燃やし。岩山派。
正解だ。部内者禁止。おさわり禁止。風雪の縮図。
危ない運命の変わり目。難攻不落。
動くな。部内者禁止。やっ。鈴の音を合図に。ど真ん中くらえ。
物語は始まったばかりだよ。岩山発揮。
部内者禁止。
任せて。運命の変わり目。
私がやる。正解だ。
難攻不落。
召喚結社。 の仕事は部内者禁止。この仕事は排除するべき。平穏ちゃん
運命の変わり目。
鈴の音を合図にお触り禁止。食前
腐食新鮮。
動くな。願望帝君のために
食らえ。
平穏調理。正解だ。相関化粧。
週末の嘆き。
部内者禁止。食前ど真ん中。平穏調理。
腐食新鮮。
この仕事は排除するべきですね。逃げたい。マークするのだ。
燃やし。
食前ど真ん中。お触り禁止。大丈夫です。さあ
気をつけて。腐食新鮮。
平穏ちゃん。鈴の音を合図に部内者禁止。風雪の祝福。動くな。レーターの時。瑠璃のように落ちなさい。相関消し。
運命の変わり目。気をつけて。剣女盤石。
逃げたい。マークするのだ。
燃やし。岩山派。
逃がさない。お触り禁止。相関化粧。願望帝君のために
下がって。燃やし。
ど真ん中。お触り禁止。正解だ。ついていきます。
難攻不物語は始まったばかりだよ。気をつけ。
逃げたい。鈴の音を合図に部内者禁止。
週末の動き
動くな相関化粧
物語は始まったばかりだよ。
逃げたい制裁だ逃がさない食前に甘いものを目も舌も満足させて
影を燃やし尽くす。落ちる。
止まんなかうまくするのだいるんじゃ冷凍
せいやっ落ちる。影燃やし尽くす。
よっ
じゃダメだ。
やめろってば平穏ちゃん
落ちる。近寄らないで。てい
動くな食らえそうそう
任せて。
部外者禁止瑠璃のように落ちなさい止まんなかマークするのだ
物語は始まったばかりだよ。
食前に甘いものをはいやっ
近寄らないで。
大丈夫ですお触り禁止相関化粧願望帝君のために平穏この仕事は排除するべきですね部が
運命の変わり目。
鈴の音を合図に
下がって。近寄らないで。
動くなよ制裁だ
落ちる。
瑠璃のように落ちなさい食前ともう止まんなかいいねマークするのだ
週末の嘆き。
相関化粧はいついていきます
下がって。
動くな食ら
影燃やし。
部外者禁 逃げたい。制裁だ。部外者禁止。瑠璃のように落ちなさい。
燃やし
低温調理ど真ん中。逃がさない。おさわり禁止。マークするのだ。逃げたい。
燃や
データ文字。あれミスした。風雪の縮図。契約はまだ終わっていない。
物語は始まったばかりだよ。剣女万丈。
召喚化粧。瑠璃のように落ちなさい。おさわり。
落ちる。近寄らないで。新天道。
低温調理。次の召喚化粧。元王帝君のために。食前に合う。
岩山八九。下がって。近寄らないで。
データ文字。風雪の縮図。部外者禁止。おさわり禁止。
落ちる。終末の嘆きを。剣女万丈。
食前に。部外者禁止。低温調理。瑠璃のように落ちなさい。
終末の嘆きを。揺らぐことなし。落ちる。岩山八九。
召喚化粧。おさわり禁止。データの。
暗え影。燃やし尽くす。難攻不落。
食前に。風雪の縮図。召喚。
運命の変わり目。落ちる。
おさわり禁止。
岩山八九。暗え終末の嘆きを。
低温調理。召喚化粧。瑠璃のように落ちなさい。
いざ。
食前。おさわり禁止。
せい。暗え影。燃やし。新天道。 始まったばかりだよ。
冷凍の相関化粧風雪の縮図部内積
くらえ近寄らないで。
食分
剣女ば難攻不落。
この仕事は排除するべきですね。
運命の変わり目。落ちる。週末の嘆き。
相関化粧
落ちる。物語は始まったばかりだよ。
鈴の音を合図に動くな。おさわり禁止。瑠璃のように落ちなさい。やっ
くらえ週末の嘆き。剣女版
ど真ん中私がやる。制裁だ。部外者禁止。相関化粧
下がって影燃やし岩山八九。
逃げたい。くらえ。部外者禁止。この仕事は排除するべきですね。
物語は始まったばかりだよ。難攻不
鈴の音を合図に私がやる。おさわり禁止。願望帝君のために。やっ
下がって週末の嘆き。剣女万丈。
ど真ん中逃がさない。相関化粧制裁だ。
燃や
瑠璃のように落ちなさい。くらえ。どうぞ。おさわり禁止。
下がって
相関化粧
腐食神聖くらえ岩山八。
動くな。マークするのだ。逃がさない。おさわり禁止。この仕事は排除するべきですね。 触り禁止。
物語は始まったばかりだよ。難攻不動くな。鈴の音を合図に逃がせ。
瑠璃のように落ちなさい。
影を燃やし剣女盤石。
逃げたい。私がやる。制裁だ。相関化粧。この仕事は排除するべきだ。
終末の嘆き。
逃がさない。部内者禁止。相関化粧。
腐食新生食らえ。岩山発。
鈴の音を合図に私がやる。
終末の嘆き。
ど真ん中。制裁だ。やっ。部内者。
剣女盤石。
逃げたい。
終末の嘆き。
やっ。
食らえ。
鈴の音を合図に。
物語は始まったばかりだよ。
制裁だ。目も舌も満足させてあげる。相関化粧。瑠璃のように落ちなさい。部内者禁止。
任せて。運命の変わり目。
逃がさない。低温チョップマークするのだ。相関化粧。この仕事は排除するべきですね。大丈夫です。あれミスした。
気をつけて。腐食新生。物語は始まったばかりだよ。運命の変わり目。食らえ。
制裁だ。動くな。ガンのように羽ばたく。部内者禁止。風雪の祝福。やっ。せっ。 食前お触り禁止。ルリのように落ちなさい。
落ちると近寄らないで。
動くな逃がさな。よっしゅ。承知した。立っていればいいのか。
逃げたい。天才だ。私がやる。
運命の変わり目。
命ずる競争よ。決心。
耳を傾け。聖なる恩光を抱け。アビスの光よ。
部外者禁止。念の肖像。
物語は始まったばかりだよ。
真実に耳を傾け。
お触り禁止。
聖なる恩光を抱け。
大丈夫です。
真実に耳を傾け。アビスの光よ。
相関化粧。お触り禁止。
アビスの光よ。
近寄らないで。
天心直送。動くな。私がやる。鈴の音を合図に。部外者禁止。この仕事は排除するべきですね。
好奇の聖なる人間。
連気過信。
素晴らしき信念。
禁止ガン王帝君のために。
ひどい物語は始まったばかりだよ。先生こっちで進軍。
律令に従え具現せよ。部外者禁止。
の光よ。
瑠璃のように落ちなさい。
恩恵を
終末の嘆きくらえ。
真実に耳をかく
次の仕事は競争よ。決して
俺につけ。
進化を遂げよ。
下がって
神聖なる
近寄らないで。
おさわり禁止。
万物の矜持。素晴らしき真理。
相関化粧念の標語。この仕事は排除するべきですね。
くらえ。
カトラリーの準備も完了。あなたからのお招き断るはずもありません。ほな、レーターの
熱くのこと知った
ねえに答えよ。せっはあせっせやっはあいやっとやっいいくらねやっふっ目も舌も満足させてあげる。治療は僕にお任せを。一個先やるよ。花火見にあっちせっはあせっやっやっはあ祭りの開始や。食前肉力と火の用心。あっち一個先はあ低温調したらリンスパパこうよ。土に目をやっはっせっせっせっはあやっやっおっとそりゃはっせっやっはあ食前に力同時やるよ。手加減なしよ。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。言ってるで。はあせっせっおっとあっちやっふっはあはっせおっとなやはあふっしゃくはっ一個先さあ働け。 しよ。シトラリー、リツパパ、どうよ。犬用心。おっと、ハッピー。で、はぁ。やっ。やっ。おっと、いい子やで。はぁ。さあ、働きなさい。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。例に答えよ。言ってるで。手加減なしよ。口封じは任せたからね。一個先。
物語は始まったばかりだよ。落ちろ。
さあ、働きなさい。悪用の力を追うの。
週末の嘆き。
手加減なしよ。口封じは任せたからね。不用心。で、おっと、さっき。へい、やっ。いや、そりゃ。やっ。チャック。陸力と。
危ない。いった。腐食。新鮮。物語は始まったばかりだよ。落ちろ。
低温チョイス。やっやっへい。やっ。やっ。やっ。で。いい子やで。やりよ。はっ。
下がって。週末のな。
食前に花火にいい。
始まったばかりだよ。
下がってやりよ。陸力と花火にいい。いくで。おなまや。
落ちろ。近寄らないで。
食前。
物語は始まったばかりだよ。
さあ、働きなさい。悪用の力を言ってるで。週末の嘆き。手加減 減なしよ。シトラリンキーツパパこうよ。1個先花火見いひ
週末の嘆き。
絶にもよ契約を果たせ。え命に答えよチャック。やっ
腐食神聖任せて。
さあ働きなさい。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。言ってるぜ。チャック
下がって。週末の嘆き。
手加減なしよ。シトラリンキーツパパこうよ。力力同時やるよ。やっていやそりゃでやっおっとあっちでやっそりゃで
下がって近寄らないで。
絶にもよ契約を果たせ。火の用心はあふっあっあっち行くで。
物語は始まったばかりだよ。
さあ働きなさい。悪用の力を言いつけるぜ。いやそりゃやっあっあっ
近寄らないで。
食前手加減なしよ。口封じは任せたからね。花火見いひやっはー
落ちる週末の嘆き。
悪用の力を思い知りなさい。言いつけるぜ。ふっやっやっせはあやっやっふっおっ
暗え。近寄らないで。
今日はどこへ冒険に行くんですか？ します。治療は僕にお任せ。イルナノーグより捧ぐ。反則攻撃。俺に続け。灯火のもとに陰りな。お望み通りに。破竹のごとく血人。光の裁きを受け。行ってルミ。どうってことない。イルナノーグより捧ぐ。皆さん正々好機進軍。頼んだよ。黎明の光をご挨拶します。灯火のもとに破竹のごとし。お望み通りに。血人。光の裁きを受け。頼んだよ。治療は僕にお任せを。正々好機進軍。黎明の光を。今だ。
片付けましょう。雨ルリが月を映す。
行け。やっ。破竹のごとし強行。光の裁きを受け。行って。
聞く価値もない価格守る視線攻撃。来たれ。洗い清めましょう。
それ。行け。俺につけ。進軍。黎明の光を頼んだよ。
洞察と知恵の密漁を生む。洗い清めましょう。の骨頂ね。洗い清めましょう。
先行よ来たるそうはっいや洗い清めましょうはっ行け
見て見て
光の裁きを受ける今だ
結晶のごとく光り輝く
聞く価値もないあの愛をルリーをまずいさはっ洗い清めましょうそこいやはっこっちをね価格守るし先行よ来たれ
灯火のもとに
水遊びの時間だよお望み通り
片付けましょうと行けはっやっはっ洞察と知恵の密力
行ってあだ光
バシャバシャ
しくじったそこさっきの血はいつかスキルも
灯火のもとに陰りな
見て見て虹だよなめない
片付けましょう価格守るし先行よ来たるそう洗い清めましょうはっ行け
バシャバシャついたんだ
光の裁きを受ける行って
イルナノーグより捧ぐ
聞く価値もない洞察と知恵の律令を生むいやそう洗い清めましょう
黎明の光を今だ
ご挨拶します水遊びの時間だよ
価格守るし先行よ来たれはっ行けはっさいやあの天の
結晶のごとく光り輝けどうしてことない
ドゥリンだよ。よろしくね。運命の変わり目。落ちろ。
天心直送。
ガンのように羽ばたけよっ。
下がって。天道万象。終末の嘆きを。
一秒に従え。
目も舌も満足させてあげる。
食らえ影燃やし。
低温調理。さあさあ。
天心直送。
終末の嘆きを。食らえ難攻不落。
具現せよ。競争よ。決心。
燃やし尽くす。剣女版。
最高の一品よ。
落ちろ。
魂よ。
レート
物語は始まったばかりだよ。落ちろ。
天心直送。
岩山八九。
目も舌も満足させてあげる。はっ。
燃やし尽くす。危ない。
命ずる。
難攻不落。
競争よ。決心と。
最高の一品よ。
食らえ影燃やし。
低温調
入れよ。
岩山八九。落ちろ。
ガンのように羽ばたけ。
律令に従え。
終末の嘆きを。下がって剣女版。
直前にやっ。やっ。最高の一品よ。
近寄らないで。
命ずる。天心直送。連気過信。
物語は始まったばかりだよ。岩山八九。
ガンのように羽ばたけ。ほっ。さあ。
よっ。競争よ。決心となれ。
冷凍の時間。
下がって影燃やし尽くす。
最高の一品よ。
入れよ。
剣女版。
低温調
天心直送。
近寄らないで。
魂よ。
岩山八九。
ガンのように羽ばたけ。冷凍の
落ちろ。
入れよ。競争よ。
近寄らないで。
命ずる
天理チョーク
終末の嘆き
天心直送入れよ冷凍の時間よ
危ない
魂よ表層よ決心冷凍の時間
物語は始まったばかりだよ
命ずる律令に従え
裁きを受けよ
近寄らないで屈しない
食前
腐食神聖食らえ
入れよ天心直送ど真ん中マークするのだよっ最高の一品よ
下がって近寄らないで
魂の律令に従え動くな制裁だガンのように羽ばたけ冷凍の時
落ちる
命ずるよっよっ
影燃やし尽くす
表層よ決心と
落ちる
マークするのだ食前に甘いものを目も舌も満足させてあげるよっ
近寄らないで食らえ
ど真ん中逃がさな冷凍の律令に従え命ずる鈴骨を合図にガンのように羽ばたけ
近寄らないで落ちる
入れよ食前に甘く逃げたい天心直送命ずる
物語は始まったばかりだよ
剣女盤石
目も舌も満足させてあげる表層よ決心となる冷凍の
終末の嘆き
暗算八九
最高の一品よ
落ちる
天心直送命ずる平穏ちょ
近寄らないで
剣女盤石
よっ魂のやお目も舌も満足させてあげる
食らえ
表層よ決心となる
燃やし尽く
冷凍の時間よ最高の一品よ
落ちる
命ずる
いざ
とはっ
終末の嘆き下がって
魂よ
難攻
天心直送平穏調に目も舌も満足さ
ったばかりだよ。競争よ、決心となれ。
最高の一品よ。さ冷凍の時間よ。
週末の嘆き。律令に従え。
剣女盤石。いざ。
ガンのように羽ばたけ。
近寄らないで。
食前に入れよ。
天道、ここにあり。
競争よ、決心となれ。
目も舌も満足させてあげる。
週末の嘆き。
命ずる。
岩山八九。
天心直送。
ガンのように羽ばたけ。低温調理。
入れよ。
影燃やし尽くす。運命の変わり目。
命ずる。
剣女盤。
競争よ、決心と。
目も舌も満足させてあげる。冷凍の
魂。
近寄らないで。岩山波。
ガンのように羽ばたけ。
律令に従え。
落ちる。
低温調理。
近寄らないで。難攻不。落ちる。
目も舌も満足させてあげる。
命ずる。天心直送。
剣女盤石。近寄らないで。落ちる。
最高の一品よ。さ食前。
魂よ。
岩山波。
律令に従え。
近寄らないで。
よっ、冷凍の時間よ。目も舌も満足させてあげる。あなたの運命はすでに我が手中の糸が絡む。
腐食神聖判決を下す運命の変わり目任せて火炎よ燃やし尽くせ物語は始まったばかりだよ
気を断罪の名
揺らぐことなし物語は始まったばかりだよ天道ここにあり
部外者禁止
岩山八九
姿を見
物語は始まったばかりだよ天理チョーク
お触り禁止
難攻不落お嬢様落ちる近寄らないで落ちる
断罪の名に
岩山八九天道万象
相関化粧
下がって近寄らないで
お触り禁止
難攻不落
姿を見せ
食らえ
ついていきます
剣女万丈
なめないでください
天道ここにあり腐食神聖食らえ難攻不落危ない腐食神聖
よっ
天理チョーク判決を下す腐食神聖下がって剣女盤石終末の嘆きいざ は始まったばかりだよ。
瑠璃のように落ちなさい。はっせっはっへい。断罪の名に召喚化粧。やっ
近寄らないで。霹靂先陣。岩山八九天道万象。
落ちる。
風雪の縮図。おさわりき。
またか。剣女万丈。近寄らないで。お嬢様の仰せ。
召喚化粧。
隙あり。難攻不落。
不食神聖任せて。
天理チョーク。せふはふはふや岩山八九。
影のから
任せて。
部外者禁止。瑠璃のように落ちなさい。
物語は始まったばかりだよ。
答えなさい。
はふ隙あり。は難攻不落。
姿を見せよ。
下がって。またか。近寄らないで。岩山八九天道ここにある。下がって。
おさわり禁止。
難攻不落。
黒き翼よ。
不食神聖
元王天君のために。部外
天理チョーク。はっやふはふ甘い。剣女盤石。はは
断罪の名に
下がって。させ隙あり。はっふ隙あり。岩山八。
答えなさい。
剣女盤石天道万象。
物語は始まったばかりだよ。落ちる。やっせい。
お嬢様の
瑠璃のように落ちなさい。おさわり。
くらえ影を燃やし尽くす。やっ
下がって。岩山八九。
や影を燃やし尽くす。せい。
下がって。天理チョーク。難攻不落。
やっと
次に。あ、や
落ちる。
近寄らないで。
ふっや召喚化粧。ふっへい。
岩山八九天道ここにある。
不食神聖気をつけて。
動くな。マークするのだ。おさわり禁止。
はっいざ。剣女盤石天理チョーク。
運命の変わり目。落ちる。
禁止ど真ん中鈴の音を愛
岩山八九
シュッ
やは甘い剣女万丈
食らえ影を燃やし
おさわり禁止やっ
いざ岩山八九天道万象ふっはっふっ甘いたやはっは甘い剣女盤石天道ここにあり裁きを受けよはって
腐食神聖任せて
次の仕事は
岩山八九
食らえ近寄らないで
召喚決
判決を下す剣女盤石岩山八九天道万象裁きを受けよって
物語は始まったばかりだよ気をつけて
おさわり禁止
難攻不落
部外者禁止
岩山八九やっせ
落ち週末の嘆き
おさわり禁止
剣女盤石天理チョーク
落ち週末の嘆きを
姿を見せ
物語は始まったばかりだよ
召喚結晶風雪の縮図
判決を下す
火が消えるのか
夜の
運命の変わり目任せて
部外者禁止岩王帝君のために
火炎よ燃 燃やし尽くせ。
断罪の名に
物語は始まったばかりだよ。
おさわり禁止。
裁きを受けよ。
運命の変わり目。
姿を見せ。
運命の変わり目。気をつけて。
難攻不落。判決を下す。
影のカラス。
影を燃やし。
岩山発。火炎よ燃やし尽くせ。
断罪の名に
物語は始まったば。
剣女盤石。難攻不落。天道ここにある。お嬢様の
任せて。いや
岩山八九天道万象。
命に答えよ。ご挨拶します。部外者禁止。
隙あり。いや
風雪なし崩。一個先へっ。
難攻不落。
おさわり禁止。せっやっチャーク。ウルナノーグより捧ぐ。なめないでください。
いや天理チョーク。岩山八。
肉力増進。チャーク。部外者禁止。
たはっふはっふはっ隙あり。は
やるよ。今日はどこへ冒険に行くんですか？
ましょう。雨雨ルリの月を調子に乗らないで。洗い清めましょう。はったそこせ洞察とチーム熱量を生む。さっはっはっと洗い清めましょう。さった反則攻撃肉力同時。はあ見て見て聞く価値もない。そこ行け。はっ価格守るし先行よ。来たれ行け。皆さん元気を出して。チャック一個先。
治療は僕にお任せを。光の裁きを受ける。今だ。
バシャバシャ水なんだ。雨雨ルリが月を映す。やっはは洗い清めましょう。さっはは行け。
黎明の光はこのくらい。
見て見て虹だよ。
価格守るし先行よ。来たれさっはは行け。
精密射撃頼んだよ。光の裁きを。
聞く価値もない。洞察とチーム熱量を生む。やったそこ
灯火のもとに
ご挨拶します。結晶のごとく
片付けましょう。雨雨ルリが月を映す。やっはっやっ行け。洗い清めましょう。こっちをね。
光の裁きを受けよ。破竹のごとし血人。
バシャバシャ水なんだ。
洞察とチーム熱量を生む。はっはっはっやっ洗い清めましょう。まずい。
進軍。行ってまだ灯火のもとに。
見て見て虹だよ。
俺につけ。
価格守るし先行よ。来たれ行け。洗い清めましょう。はっはっ
黎明の光を頼んだよ。
バシャバシャ水なんだ。
雨雨ルクやっ行け。洗い清めましょう。はは
イルナノーグより捧ぐ。
光の裁きを受ける。今だ。
価格
守りし先行に来たれ。洗い清めましょう。洗い清めましょう。
ご挨拶しよう。
灯火のもとカッパだ。
見て見て、虹だよ。
片付けましょう。洞察と知恵に律令を生む。洗い清めましょう。
何をすればいい？
校舎の名のもとに。低温調理。
海水ジェル。現在出番だ。
レーザー文字。逃げたい？鈴の音を愛。
海水ジェル。
難攻不落。
食前入れよ。
現在出番だ。
剣女盤石。
開運昇福。
冷凍の魂よ。そうってことない。開運承服。
難攻不落。
入れよ。
来水ジェーム。
ひゃ。はっ。ふっ。や。ほっ。
剣女盤石。
帝王将に命ずる。や。ふっ。
難攻不落。
正解だ。逃げたい？逃がさない。
やるか。耐えられるか。
夜の源源。
やめろってば。
それ手加減なしだぜ。てやよっはっ。
マークするのだ。ど真ん中。姿を見せ。
よっやっはっせいはっやっはあ食いしばれよ。
断罪のな。逃げたい？いや、鈴の音を合図。
剣女盤石。
はっよっ行くぞ。はっ
お嬢様の仰せのままに。またか。
動くな。答えなさい。
油断したか。難攻不落。
手加減なしだ。
はっふっふん。
逃げたい？もうマークするのだ。
またか。
耐えられるか。やるか。てや
剣女盤石。
ど真ん中。姿を見せよ。よいしょ。鈴の音を合図に。逃げたい？どう？
難攻不落。
黒き翼よ。いっしょ。
聞く価値もないあのアニメルリが月を映す調子に乗らないやっはっさ行けさやっ払い清めましょう
夜のげ。
動くな。どうぞ。次行け。
片付けましょう洞察と知恵に律令を生みそこはっとはっあそこせった払い清めましょうやっさあ価格守りし先行よ来たれと行けやっはっさあ払い清めましょう
断罪の名に。ど真ん中。
聞く価値もないやっとはっやっはっさあ雨上がりルリーが月を映す行け片付けましょうそこはっとはっさあやっ たれそこせさ洗い清めましょうとはっせそこ
だ進軍発区のごとす頼んだよ灯火のもとに
聞く価値もない洞察と知恵が律令を生むやっさあ洗い清めましょうそこやっ行け
血人先生こじて
動くな
姿を見
天才出番だややマジかよ
お嬢様の
裁きを受けよ
武器を捨てろ
火炎よ燃やし尽くせ夜の元
なめないでください
動くな
裁きを受けよ
断罪の名に
投降しろ武器を捨てろ
判決を下す
姿を見
火炎よ燃やし尽くせ
夜の剣なめないでください
裁きを受けよ夜の元黎明の光をあの
ご挨拶します
判決を下す
断罪の名に
光の裁きを
なめないでください
火炎よ燃やし尽くせ頼んだよ
ご挨拶します
やっ黎明の光を裁きを受けよ のもとに裁きを受けよ。光の裁きを受けよ。
ご挨拶します。断罪の
to war to attempt to bring the other republics back under their control. This quickly failed in Slovenia, as Slovenian remnants of the military and police force resisted them. The population also overwhelmingly supported independence, and Slovenia didn't share a land border with Serbia or Montenegro.
飛び込むとはな。
さあ月よ輝け。
さっき名誉形成。
なめないでください。
雨上がりルリが月を映す。流れて新月が来る。
創世の術。
ご挨拶します。
聞く価値もない価格守りし先行よ。来たれ。
双脚戦撃弾。どういっしょ。やあ。絶縁出品して6308。
目を閉じてお静かに。さあはっやせい。夜ですね。ほら
星とし無事今日の12772よし。流れて三月よ輝きなめないでください。片付け
洞察と知恵に律令を生み
近いな。
移して
行ってあだ灯火のもとに
今宵月を捧ぐ
価格守りし先行よ来たれ。
お客さんが来たみたい。どうしよう。
砂漠の中を歩くのは確かに大変ね。やや
珍しくいい天気ですね。よし、くらえ。
えっか。
逃げたい。私がやる。
みんながそばに。
マークするのだ。
拒絶や
えっか。あ、そこ。しよっと。あ、はっ、よっと。北風が制圧する。
くらえ。
ど真ん中。くらえ。とうとう制裁だ。
燃えろ。みんなは俺が。
私はきっとその中にいる。はい。
えっか。はっ。 そこはっもっと激しくよっとそれ
星とし無事今日の
本当に俺を呼んだのか。
師匠の技を食らいなさい。取った。失礼する。踊りなさい。
救急如律令妖豆。
話が通じないなら叩くまで。無礼者。失礼。にゃっ桜吹雪。これで間に
おとなしく捕まれ。
呼んだ。よって師匠のは踊りなさい。それ失礼。それ取った。熱々でシャンプーつけて食材任せてください。
封印厳禁。
踊りなさい。はい。それやった。
楽しみだな。剣を入れよ。
岩の重さは
疑似妖怪異形を見届けよ。
全部ドカーン。おおやい。はややはやいや。
妖豆立ち去れ。我が命を
きれいにしません。ボンボン爆弾。おおおい。
避け。今こそ誕生の時。
叩くも
すまんすまん。妖豆立ち去れ剣銀全飛。風邪ひくなよ。
熱々でしょ。
この瞬間、お前我が命を聞きたまえ。封印元。
失礼。神里流消滅。おい。
こいつはどうだ。風邪ひくなよ。妖豆立ち去れ剣。
踊りなさい。やっぱここ。
おとなしくしやがる。この瞬間、お前は
失礼。取った。
こいつはどうだ。風邪ひくなよ。これすまんすまん。
踊りなさい。神里流トップおい。いやや。
おとなしくしやがる。風邪ひくなよ。
おやおや。
こいつはどうだ。
失礼。
剣印全氷。
取った。
俺が守るよ。この瞬間お前は永遠を。風邪ひくなよ。5時の炎。行こう。ヤッホー。おい。いやいや。すまんすまん。これ。行こう。ヤッホー。おい。おとなしくしやがる。この瞬間炎の盾。よっ行こう。さあおよっここおい。俺が守るよ。火に気をつけろ。よいしょ。すまんすまん。これやば。お助立ち参上。近づかないで。ご挨拶します。少しいいかい。恐れなくていいさ。すぐに向き合う。始めよう。ほらほら。少しいいかい。寒いから気をつけろよ。ほらほら。始めよう。炎の盾。なめないでください。少しいいかい。ほらほら。恐れなくていいさ。すぐ向き合う。ほらほら。ご挨拶します。火に気をつけろ。助立ち参上。ほらほら。 の炎それ
近づかないで。
そりゃ寒いから気をつけろよ。さあほらほらそりゃ火に気をつけろ。
料理の時間だ。回って。
俺が守るよ。逃げるな。さあほらほらさあほらほらそりゃさあ
スオパー。
それ
やややった。
恐れなくていいぞ。罪の向き。
師匠の技を食らいなさい。
火に気をつけろ。ほらほらさあ助出し参上。それ少しいいかい。ほらほらそりゃ
回って。
いってらっしゃい。さあそりゃさあほらほら俺が守るよ。
近づかないで。行って。
逃げるな。恐れなくていいぞ。罪に向き合う。ほらほらさあそりゃほらほらそれさあ炎の盾。
舐めないでください。
ほらほらほほそりゃさあ寒いから気をつけろよ。やっ助出し参上。
ご挨拶します。イルナノーグより捧
ほらほらそりゃさあほらほら火に気をつけろ。
ぐ。回って。
始めよう。さあほらほらいってらっしゃい。それ俺が守るよ。少しいいかい。さあほらほらさあほらほら
君に誘ってもらえるなんて光栄だよ。
呼びかけに応える星たちよ。
ちょっとしたトリックさ。拍手のご用意を。
ボンボン爆弾ドッカー花火。怖がらないで。はっ、完成。ほい、やいやあっ、ひひあっ、
異形を見届けよ。疑似妖
よいしょ、全部ドカーン。ほい、やい、ほう、あっ、ほう、よい、へい、やほやい、へひ、へい。
そうそう、サプライズだよ。ビッグ招待。
邪魔しないで、極寒。はじけろ、ドッカー花火。出動だ。 最後の警告だ。
みんながそばにいてくれるわ。
呼びかけに応える星たちよ、完成。
ひゃや開運昇福。みんなは俺が守れ。
怖がらないで、星のご加護を。
前菜出番だ。おっやっやっ全力攻撃だ。せ
極寒、私の意のままに完成。
大水チューブ。
思い立ったが吉日。
さて仕事を始めるか。
始めよう。ほらほら、寒いから気をつけろよ。
やるか。はあ燃やし
ルオパーよ。
少しいいかい。始めよう。ほらほら。
熱々でしょ。
少しいいかい。恐れなくていいさ。すんで向き合う。
話が通じないなら叩くも。
寒いから気をつけろよ。
ここであんたを潰す。やるか。
逃げるな。どりゃ。ほらほら。どりゃ。
灼熱。
師匠の技を食らいなさい。
輝くホム。
をつけろよ。逃げんな。ほらほら。どれよ。どれよ。
やるか。
料理の時間だよ。話が通じないなら
始めよう。どれよ。
燃やし尽くせ。
熱々痛いよ。
行くぞ。明けの明星。
かけっこしましょう。師匠の技を食らいなさい。
少しいいかい。どれよ。ほらほら。
灼熱。
始めよう。寒いから気をつけろよ。ほらほら。どれよ。
やるか。手加減だ。
師匠の技を食らいなさい。
いってらっしゃい。逃げんな。どれよ。ほらほら。どれよ。
やるか。
ウオパ
燃やし尽く
ー。いやそれ。話が通じないなら
始めよう。ほらほら。どれよ。どれよ。寒いから気をつけろよ。
灼熱先行。
熱々でしょ。
少しいいかい。ほらほら。ほらほら。
燃やし尽く
始めよう。どれよ。
手加減だ。
話が通じないなら叩く。
恐れなくていいぞ。罪に向き合う。少しいいかい。さあどれよ。それ。ほらほら。
熱々でしょ。
灼熱。
逃げんな。ほらほら。
輝くホムライ。
料理の時間だよ。
寒いから気をつけろよ。燃えろ。みんなは俺が
師匠の技を食らいなさい。料理
オラオラさあオラオラさあやるか。全力攻撃だ。
熱々でしょ。
燃えろ。
ふっやっはっ
逃げるな。オラオラさあそりゃやオラオラさあ行ってください。みんなは俺が守る。
手加減な。
やっ話が通じないなら
始めよう。オラオラさあみんながそばにいる。
もちろん手伝ってあげる。
諦めて震えなさい。拍手のご用意を。ちょっとしたトリックさ。眠るのよ。手加減なし。やっそれ明けの明星。てやみんなあると行こうか。震えなさい。注目。ゆっパーフェクト。僕のパフォーマンスに失敗はない。行くぞ。はっ眠るのよ。ほっ悪くないトリックだ。震えなさい。手加減なしだ。サプライズだよ。拍手のご用意を。はいと行くぞ。灼熱戦諦めて眠るのよ。じゃ開運召喚。ほっひゃへっほっじゃ 許さない震えなさい開運召喚諦めアディクトやめろ諦めアディクト開運召喚許さない震えなさい諦めアディクト排水ジェブ許さない震えなさい前菜出番だやっ いつでも準備はできている。止める勇気は許さない。バーディクト。注目。みんなあると行こうか。
シトラリー、いつパパ、どうよ。
引け。太陽の本能を。アクセル全開。シェー。シェー。シェー。
口封じは任せたからね。
この天下で裁く。はあ。止める勇気はあるか。
絶にもよ。悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
赤煙に葬られよ。アクセル全開。
さあ、働く。
眠るのよ。サプライズだよ。必勝隊。
口封じは任せたからね。
引け。太陽の本能を。止める勇気はあるか。
絶にもよ。契約を果たせ。悪用の力。
この天下で裁く。アクセル全開。シェー。許さない。バーディクト。
手加減なしよ。ヒトラリー、いつパパ、ほっ。
引け。太陽の本能を。眠るのよ。
さあ、働きなさい。悪用の力を。
この天下で裁く。加速するぞ。諦める。バーディクト。
手加減なしよ。口封じは任せたからね。
引け。太陽の本能を。はあ。はあ。眠るのよ。
絶にもよ。契約を果たせ。シトラリー、
赤煙に葬られよ。止める勇気はバーディクト。
手加減なしよ。口封じは任せたからね。
この天下で裁く。
気晴らしに出かけましょう。その間に熟成され
運命の変わり目。灼熱。
気をつけなさい。打ち続けて。気をつけなさい。気をつけなさい。ガンのように羽ばたけ。平穏に
下がって。終末の嘆きを漏らしつく。
気をつけなさい。打ち続けて。いい感じ。それ。やっほー。いつの間に。食後。
終末の嘆きを。灼熱。
堂々不意打ち。ファイヤー。ま、岩元素なんだからね。目の下も満足させてあげ。
燃やし尽くす。気を燃やし尽くす。
堂々不意打ち。打ち続けて。いい感じ。あと何発でしょう。
の変わり目
土に寝よう契約を果たせシュトラリーそれ避けられるせほっ打ち続けて避けられる
新天道
燃やし
悪用の力を思い知りなさいこれって3タイプよっほっあと何発でしょう打ち続けて
くらえ影燃やし
シュトラリーキッズパパこうよ避けられるほっ
岩山八九天理チョーク
避けられるはっ
色神聖みんながそばに
足元に気をつけて風だはあたふっふっほはあたふっ
気をつけて
一緒に遊ぼうよ最後の警告
あまり遠くに来るなよ
もっと早くもっと強く
加速するぞさあみんなに挨拶だ
カウントスタート
石煙に葬られよ
武器を捨てろ
じゃあ
呼吸を整えよう
アクセル全開シェ
やっ
もう自由だ自由に
動け
聞け太陽の方向を止める勇気はあるか
星とし無事今日の